Albrecht's hearing examiner for the City of Kenmore. Have one item on the agenda this morning is an appeal of a notice of violation, HEA 2016-03, CE 16-0001, in the matter of the appeal of Oliver Boots. Have a lot of preliminary matters to deal with, I guess, before we jump into the hearing itself. And just to remind the parties that during the pre-hearing conferences, as I mentioned, I have a hearing at 3 today in Edmonds, but I'm assuming we'll get done hopefully at least an hour before then, if not a couple. Now, we did have a little pre-hearing email correspondence on procedural matters. Those emails will be entered into the record. One of the more significant documents of late was a request for mitigation hearing from Mr. Boots, where he admits to the violations in the notice of violation, except for one of the 13 trees, but still reserves the right to contest the size of those trees. Does the City of Kenmore have any objection to having a consolidated mitigation and contested hearing here?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think that the hearing format then will be, I mean, the contested violation, the code is clear. The burden of proof is on the city. On the mitigation, it doesn't really say, and so it kind of leaves it open as to how the format should be. But I think since this is consolidated, and we know that it sounds like a major factual issue is the size of the trees, that we can start with the city, then have the appellants address, and then the city do the final response. Does that work for everybody?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
The city does the opening presentation, then the appellants do the response. City does essentially kind of a reply at the end, a rebuttal.
I'm open to either. It seems that if it's their appeal, they should be going first. So.
Well, the code says the city has the burden of proof on the violation. So normally the person with the burden has to go first and last. That's why I raise it that way. So,
that seems fine.
But if the city's more comfortable doing it with the appellants first, I mean, do you want to do it that way?
Well, as I understand it, this is going to be a mitigation hearing.
And well, you still are contesting one of the trees, right?
One of the trees,
yeah.
With the right to contest the tree diameter at breast height for some of the trees, but generally we consider this to be a mitigation hearing, except for that one tree that we contest.
All right, so you're okay going first and last, doing it that way?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it that way then. Okay. All right. Now moving on then to the motion in limine. In our email correspondence about converting it to a mitigation hearing. At that point, I didn't know if the party still wanted the motion in limine to be addressed or not. Mr. Pizer, that was your motion. Do we still need to address that or not?
Well, with regards to the one tree that we're contesting, I suppose, and with some of the diameter breast heights, the diameters at breast height that we're contesting, all we're looking for is fair play, whether the rules of evidence, CR 26 or the other rules of evidence come into play. We're looking just for fair play. And what happened here, just basically, is that we received a correction notice in January. We're told to retain an arborist and submit an arborist report. We retained an arborist. We paid an arborist to inspect the property. And before we got a chance to review the report, it was submitted to the city. And it became the basis for the city's correction notice of April 2016 and its notice of violation in July 2016. Their entire case is based upon an expert's report that the city asked us to apply for and obtain and pay for, and then they turned it around and used it against us. So we're looking for fair play here. Now, it turns out that we eventually hired an arborist who had to compare his findings with our prior arborist, city arborist, Scott Harmon's report. So I don't know whether you have read Scott Harmon?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So you sort of can't unring the bell here. But what we're looking for is fair play. And we don't think it's been fair play here on the part of the city to basically take our consulting expert and use him against us to form the basis of their entire case.
Okay, all right. So clearly you're still pursuing your motion, even though it's been converted to mitigation, and are seeking the exclusion of, or non-admission of the Scott Harmon report. Is it Pernke? Is that how you pronounce your last name, sir? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Any response to that?
Just a couple. One, there's no indication that CR 26 or any of the Washington State CR rules apply. This is a hearing examiner. There's who knows what civil rules would apply. Also, it's very clear under the city code that rules of evidence do not apply, and it's liberal. Ultimately, if something's going to be admitted, the parties have a right to have it admitted, and then it just goes to the weight of the evidence. I think it's disingenuous to suggest that the city somehow, A, hid the ball, and B, that an entire case is based off Scott Harmon's report. In fact, our entire case is based off the fact that Mr. Boots cut a bunch of trees. And if you look at the original January notice of violation,
The correction notice?
Yes, sorry.
Oh,
January
correction
29, 2016 correction notice, excuse me. It's pretty clear where it says penalties and fees will apply and will be reviewed and or calculated upon review of additional materials. The city received additional materials and then calculated the penalties accordingly. Additionally, this is a report that was submitted by them, and it wasn't until the motion in limine that we received any indication that they were going to try and claw it back, so to speak. They had literally months to try and claw it back and didn't.
Is Mr. Harmon here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, excellent. All right. Okay, anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pizer, final comments on?
No, nothing.
Okay, all right. No, the case law that was provided was based on, of course, civil rules of evidence. The rules of evidence for hearing examiner hearings are a lot more unrestricted, shall I say, and frankly, the checks and balances involved in civil litigation are entirely different from before a hearing examiner. I think in the Motherhead case, the language that was quoted was saying that if you allowed, the expert report to the doctor's report, as it turns out, to come in, it would have a chilling effect on people using their own expert witnesses. But the fact of the matter is, I, as a hearing examiner, have no authority to require the production of documents or even compel witnesses to attend. So as long as you don't give your report to the other side, you can keep all that information confidential. It's just the issue of chilling is whether, people are not going to use their own expert witnesses because they're afraid that their reports will accidentally get to the other side. And I don't see that as a major chilling effect. It's an unfortunate circumstance that happened in this case, but at the same time, as I mentioned in my pre-hearing motion, the parties have a right to cross-examination. That comes from Crowbook versus Snohomish County. Mr. Harmon is here, and he's available for cross-examination. So, I think from a due process standpoint, that the rights of the appellants are satisfactorily addressed. So I deny the motion in limine and will be admitting the Harmon report. So let's jump real quick to the exhibits then. I think, are there any objections to any other exhibits listed in the City of Kenmore's witness and document list from the appellants?
No.
Okay, so I'll admit exhibits C1 through C9 and any additional documents that may come in, although there really shouldn't be any more coming in today, would be added to the C list for the city. Let's see, the appellants list, we just have two, and those will be marked as A1 and A2. Any objections over A1 and A2 listed in the appellants list from the city? Okay, hearing none.
I have one objection, Your Honor, which is simply that Mr. Boots previously provided the city with the Ring report up through page 15, and it wasn't until 2 days ago that...
2 days ago or Thursday?
Well, let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Then you can decide. It wasn't until 2 days ago that the opposing counsel brought it to my attention, and it was admitted on Thursday. with their witness and exhibit list for the first time, which was everything after page 15.
Okay. Mr. Pfizer, any response to that?
With the Ryan Ring report, Arbor Options report, was previously submitted over a month ago to City Council. The additional 2 pages is simply a chart that was submitted as part of our witness and exhibit list as agreed by Mr. Pernke on Thursday, October 20th, October 20th over, it was a week ago.
Okay, all right. So it was submitted,
and
but
he didn't notice it
Yeah.
until I pointed it out to him in conversation 2 days ago.
yeah. Well, I think that since it was submitted by the deadline, that
It actually wasn't submitted by the deadline.
The deadline was
sorry.
agreed by Mr. Pernke to be
Extended, right.
extended one
It was
day.
agreed because former council that is now withdrawn said there's not going to be any surprises. It's just going to be the Ring report, which was
Okay.
previously provided to us, and the geotechnical evaluation, which was also previously provided to us.
well, Mr. Pernke, could this additional information be addressed in writing after the close of the verbal hearing today?
Yes, Your Honor.
And, Your Honor, Mr. Ring is here, and he will be testifying, and Mr. Pernke has a right to cross-examine him, just as
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
a right to cross-examine Mr. Harn.
Okay, and what kind of documentary evidence do you think would be necessary to address that? Because I don't, I don't recall what that additional information is in the Ring report, so.
So the additional information that has just been provided in the Ring report is very pertinent because it disagrees with the calculations by Scott Harmon for his DBH, and he recalculates the penalties. It provides a spreadsheet of all of the cut trees. And so first thing is it's re-signed by Mr. Ring, so it's not clear to me that it was part of the original report in the first place, which I guess can be provided in testimony, or maybe Mr. Pfizer can address whether or not this was actually part of the report that was received by him on August 5. And then there's his resume, which I don't have a problem with.
Okay. Well, as I said, how about, and again, this would require, I guess, a waiver of cross-examination for the post-hearing documents, but I leave the record open for a written response to the additional pages in the Ring report with the right of reply, written reply, from the appellants. And but that would not obviously involve any right to cross-examination of those post-hearing documents. That work with the parties?
Yes, sir.
You're asking if we want to provide a post-hearing.
Essentially, yeah. After the hearing is done today, the city would then provide some additional documentary evidence on, or written argument on the additional pages of the Ring report, and then you would have the appellants would have a right of reply, written reply as well.
I guess it would depend on when, because I'm going to be out of town next week, or much of next week, and so it depends on timing.
Well, I mean,
I'm not
the city would need at least a week, I would think, to prepare that, and then you would get another week to respond. So it's you'd ultimately have 2 weeks, I think, to get it out at the least.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll do it that way. No objections. All right, so we'll save that for the end of the hearing. Okay, and so with that, I'm also entering then exhibits A1 and A2. In addition to that, all the I guess we'll call them hearing exhibits. H1 is going to be my pre-hearing order dated, let's see, what is that? September 9th, 2016. H2, as I mentioned, we had some email correspondence between the parties, and the intent here is to include all the emails where all the parties were involved. And of course, clearly, I did not have any substantive discussions about this hearing with any party without the other parties involved. So the email chains, or the last one between all of us, was Tuesday, October 25th, 10:43 a.m., October 24th, 3:10 p.m., October 24th, 3:03 p.m., October 24th, 3:01 p.m., October 21st, 2016 at 11:13 a.m., and October 6th, 2016 at 3:18 p.m. So Those collectively will be Exhibit 2. Any objections over that? Again, if before I issue my decision, someone finds another email where we all had discussions, it's not included in here, of course, let me know, and I'll probably add it. But other than that,
These are just your emails.
my emails to all of you. Yeah, so you've all seen them. You were all part of those email discussions. So, and I think, well, I guess actually we need to get the request for mitigation hearing. I don't believe that's in the appellant's list. So I'm assuming that the parties have no problem putting that into the record as well. That would be Exhibit A3. Any objections over that? Write that in here. No objections. That'll be admitted as well. All right, so I think I've covered any other preliminary matters before we jump into this. All right, then, Mr. Peiser, you're first. All witnesses, of course, need to be in front of a microphone, state their name clearly. I'll also need to swear them in, and as I mentioned before, all witness testimony is subject to cross-examination. And is this Mr. Boots?
Yes.
Okay, sir, please raise your right hand. You swear affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Okay.
Is that microphone on? Just make sure.
Test.
Okay, thank you. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Oliver Werner Boots,
And what is your address, please?
15707 61st Lane Northeast.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
To who?
Leslie Christina Boots.
And is she here now?
Yes, she is.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. When did you marry her?
In 1990,
Okay.
October 12th.
That's the toughest question. Okay. You passed. Do you have a family?
I do. I have two daughters,
And what are their ages?
20 and 23.
And do they live with you? Or
We have one daughter that's currently going to college in Virginia, and one daughter that has fibromyalgia, and she lives with us at home.
is she the 23-year-old?
Yes, she is.
Okay. So, did you purchase a house at 15707 61st Lane Northeast?
Yes, we did.
And when did you purchase that house?
I think we closed in, my recollection is in October of 2015.
2015, last year?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And when did you move in?
We moved in December.
So less than a year ago.
That's correct.
Okay. Where did you move from?
We moved from Virginia.
Okay. Was that what part of Virginia?
Northern Virginia in Leesburg.
Okay. Is that semi-rural or what?
It's suburban, semi-rural, yeah.
Okay. How many acres did you have there?
We had approximately 1.5 acres.
Okay. And how long had you been in Virginia?
We lived there from approximately 2008 until we left in 2015.
Okay. Have you lived in other rural or semi-rural areas in the past?
We have, in Connecticut, we also had about 2 acres. And we previously lived in Oklahoma and California as well.
Okay. So what was the reason that you moved here from Virginia last year?
I had an opportunity to move to Washington to work for a startup, and which is subsequently being liquidated, and I've been unemployed since July.
Okay. Have you been able to find another job?
I have, actually, and I start on Monday.
Brand new job this coming Monday?
Yes.
Okay. But you've been unemployed since July?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when you moved in December, did you have a desire to cut some trees on your property?
We had a desire to address some concerns that we had with the house because it had some serious rot associated with moisture damage and a lot of debris on the roof.
Okay. So what was your intent? To take care of those?
Yeah, we wanted to address, any potential concerns that we had with trees potentially damaging the house, and also, of course, addressing the rot issue. We've since spent thousands of dollars repairing all the damage as associated with the moisture.
To the roof?
To the roof, yeah.
Okay. Were you concerned about some possibly diseased and hazard trees?
I was. There was one tree in particular that was leaning quite significantly and hanging out over the hill, and I was quite concerned that that tree could do a lot of damage to our hillside.
Was the view a primary motivation for you?
It was not a primary motivation. It was a factor, yes.
Okay. Did you have conversations with neighbors about previously cut hazard trees in the neighborhood?
I had some conversations with one of our neighbors regarding some trees that we had on our property and our next door neighbor in particular.
Okay. Did you notice that other trees had been cut in the neighborhood?
I have, and in fact, there were trees cut in the lot next door, and including on our lot. Prior to moving in, there were a number of trees that had been cut, and there were obviously stumps there.
Okay. So, did you go about hiring a professional tree service to do the job?
We did. I sought out a professional tree service that I found through Yelp.
Mm-hmm. And who was it that you
it was Eric Nye.
Okay. Did you research his service?
I took a look at his reviews, and he had generally positive reviews, and so I felt confident that he could do the job and requested that he give us a quotation.
Okay. Did you learn that he was bonded?
I learned that he was insured.
Insured, okay.
Yes.
So, did you rely on this tree service to get any necessary permits?
I was not aware that there was a requirement of any permits. My expectation was that Mr. Nye, having done significant amount of work in the Seattle area, would have brought to our attention the fact that we would have required a permit.
Okay. Did you have discussions with him about which trees were to be cut?
Yes, we did. He assisted us actually quite a bit in determining what to address, how to address it, and how to mitigate some of the issues that we saw with some of the debris on our roof. He also provided guidance on which trees we should keep and potentially others that we would be okay to remove.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the testimony to the extent that it's hearsay. Mr. Eric Nye, the tree guy, is not here to testify today.
Okay. Well, I'll overrule. I think as the city itself even mentioned in one of its brief that the evidentiary rules are lax, and the code specifically says that hearsay evidence is allowed, so it goes to weight. So I'll admit it.
Thank you. Did you also have discussions with him regarding advice about diseased or decaying trees?
Yeah, he did state that he felt that one of the large trees, in particular the one that was hanging out over the hill, might be diseased. There was some decay or some dead branches, if you will, in the canopy.
Mm-hmm. Was that one of the trees that was cut?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you also have discussions with neighbors regarding some of the trees to be cut?
I did. I had a specific conversation with the Catterhagans.
And who are the Catterhagans?
The Catterhagans live next door to us, to the south.
Okay. So their house is directly to the south of yours?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they, had they been residing in their house prior to you?
No, I believe they actually moved into that home about the same time we did. They were relatively new into the home as well.
Okay. Did they mention to you the need for a permit to cut the trees?
They did not.
Did you agree, you and the Cater Hagens agree to use the same tree service to cut the trees?
We did. We agreed that we would share in the cost of cutting the trees on the south side, which bordered our two properties.
Okay. And what was the agreement, that you'd each pay half of those trees?
That's correct. We split the cost of that.
Okay. So how much do you recall the total bill being for you for the cutting of the trees?
I believe that my recollection is that the south side trees were approximately $1,550, and the north side trees were, I believe, $2,450.
So you paid for all the north side trees,
That's correct.
and the Cater Hagens each paid for half of the south side trees.
That's correct.
So, so my calculations would indicate that you paid roughly $3,225 for your share, for your amount.
That sounds correct.
Okay, $2,450 plus half of $1,550,
That's correct.
and the Cater Hagens paid the other half of the $1,550.
That's correct.
Okay. So did a crew come out from this tree service?
Yes, they did. At any given time, I think there were anywhere from 2, 3, 4 people there working on the property
Okay.
over the course of a couple days.
With equipment and
Yes, they had all the usual equipment, chainsaws and chipper shredder and those kinds of things.
okay. So you didn't do this yourself.
No, I did not.
You paid a professional to do it.
I did.
Okay. Let's see. I assume you received a quote from him first,
I did.
and then did you make payments? One payment. I mean, how did the payments go?
We made multiple payments. They were cash payments to him.
Okay. Progress payments.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see interactions between the tree service and the Cater Hagens with regards to their payments?
I did because we met jointly and discussed the work to be done, and I was there when they were discussing with Mr. Nye what they wanted to do also on their property.
Okay. And did you see them make a payment to him? Or?
I did.
Now, turning to a slightly different topic, what was your understanding of the property boundaries when you purchased your house?
It was our understanding that our property abutted the Cater Hagen property, and therefore, when we both elected to remove those trees, we decided to split the cost of that because we were unclear as to where the property line was.
So it was your belief that your property abutted the Cater Hagen property?
Yes.
Okay. Do you now have a different understanding of the boundaries, your boundary and the Cater Hagen boundary?
I do.
And did you learn that the city apparently owns what is called a crosswalk in between your property and the Cater Hagen property?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an easement that is noted on your title, Mr.
It is not.
Okay. Is there any mention or reference to an easement or a crosswalk owned by the city on your title that you are aware of?
No.
Okay. Looking at the survey, this is attachment number 2 to well, it's one of the city's exhibits. It's in the Scott Harmon report. There's a survey.
Submit it for today. This one?
No. That's a diagram. There.
Okay.
That's the survey. lot 21 your lot?
Yes.
Okay. And is lot 20 the Cater Higgins lot?
Yes.
Okay. And in between lot 20 and lot 21, on the right side of the page, looking at it, is there an indication of a crosswalk?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is that what you understand to be a city crosswalk?
It is.
Okay. Well, but it was that area that you thought was owned by you and or the Cater Higgins?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, at the bottom of the page is 61st Avenue Northeast, correct?
Yes,
And at the top of the survey is 61st Lane Northeast, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And is there any evidence of a crosswalk on that property as shown on the survey?
No.
Okay. What is that area?
It's, well, when we purchased the home, it appeared that that section of property was actually part of our property since it had been landscaped by the previous owner.
Okay. What is on that property?
Tree, some railroad ties that from our property that are now there that were part of our steps, some of the ivy from the Caterhagans. Yeah, it's just unimproved land.
Is there any asphalt there?
Actually, our parking area, a slab that has been put there is also part of that area.
No, but is there asphalt?
Oh no,
or an
there's no
asphalt crosswalk?
walkway. There are no steps. I mean, it would be nearly impossible to traverse the crosswalk not only through our property but through the 3 blocks of property that are crosswalk.
Are there any lane markings?
None whatsoever.
Crosswalk markings?
No,
Have you seen any maintenance there by the city?
none.
It's a hillside, right?
Yes,
With vegetation, right?
yes.
Okay. Now, if you had known that you did not own that so-called crosswalk, would you have agreed with the Caterhagans to share the costs in cutting those 2 or 3 trees in that crosswalk
No.
area? Okay. If you had known you were required to obtain a permit for cutting these trees, would you have gone through the process of getting a permit?
Yes.
Okay. Have you applied for permits in other instances for other matters in Kenmore?
Yes, I have.
And for instance,
For installation of a gas line and for roof work.
okay. Were you actually in the process of applying for a permit in this instance when you then got a second correction notice?
Yes.
Do you hope to live here in this house for a long time?
Absolutely. We're putting down roots here.
Okay. Have you been sued in Superior Court by the City of Kenmore for the same thing,
I have.
for the cutting of these trees?
Yes.
Does that suit include these same violations of the Kenmore Municipal Code?
Yes, it does.
And does that lawsuit include these same penalties and fines that the City of Kenmore is seeking here?
Yes, it does.
Is there anything, Mr. Boots, you'd like to have the hearing examiner know that you haven't already said here in this mitigation hearing?
Well, I think, I consider myself to be a family man. I was raised in the Midwest with Midwestern work ethic and values, and have always tried to do the right thing. And, obviously I made a very big mistake. And, the penalties as they currently are, I think, without question would end up likely forcing us into bankruptcy. And with the pending litigation, I mean, I don't even know how we would handle it, quite honestly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boots. I don't have anything further.
Okay. Mr. Perky?
You testified can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
You testified that you bought your house in October 2015, correct?
Yes.
Who'd you buy that from?
I believe it was a flipper.
When you bought your house, did you receive a deed
Yes, I believe so.
conveying title to you?
Yes,
Did your deed have a legal description on it?
it does.
And does that legal description theoretically describe your property?
Theoretically, yes.
That wouldn't include the city's right-of-way, would it?
That's correct.
So if you had gotten a survey prior to cutting the trees, you would know that the substantial portion of the trees that were cut or were planning to be cut weren't on your property.
That's correct.
You bring up discussion with the Catterhagens. Would it surprise you that they would testify that they had absolutely no agreement with you to cut the trees that were on the city right away?
Yes.
Whose idea was it to cut the trees?
The idea was ours.
Could you specify?
I'm sorry, could you?
Who was ours?
It was my decision to have the trees cut, and the trees that were, as I said before, on the south side of the property were agreed upon to be cut by the Catterhagens and ourselves.
The initial decision to cut the trees was yours? All of the trees, not just those on the city's
The
property?
initial decision to make some adjustments, if you will, in the trees to address our concerns was made by me, yes.
Did Eric Nye, the tree guy, come onto your property and the city's property and cut trees without your permission?
Yes.
He cut trees without your permission?
Like you said, with my permission, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
He cut the trees without your permission.
Oh, he did not cut the trees without my permission.
And he did it at your direction, correct?
He cut the trees that were on our property at the direction of myself, along with the agreement of the Catterhagens for those trees on the south side of the property.
And you paid him for those services?
I did.
Did you go to Eric Nye's, the tree guy's website?
I don't believe he has a website.
Did you see if he was a licensed contractor?
I checked to see if he had insurance, and he said he had insurance.
He said he had insurance?
He said he had insurance, yes.
But you didn't independently verify that?
No.
When did you first approach the Catterhagens about cutting the trees on the city's property?
I approached them after we had received the quotation.
Did you show them an invoice?
No. I discussed with them what Eric's quotation was, and then we had a three-way conversation with Mr. Nye, and we agreed to proceed with the $1,550 that we had discussed.
And then how did you pay Mr. Nye?
I paid him in cash, as stated before.
So it surprised you if the Catterhagens' understanding was only that they were hiring him to cut 2 trees on their property, one in their front yard and then a dead tree in their backyard.
Yes.
How many conversations did you have with the Catterhagens?
I don't recall specifically. My recollection is that we had at least 2 conversations.
I believe you testified that increasing your view was a factor in cutting the trees. Any idea how much your property has increased in value as a result of the cutting?
I have no idea. No.
How much did you purchase the home for?
I believe it was my recollection is $679,000, I think.
What's your new job?
I'm an aftermarket business manager for Corey Electronics.
I believe you testified that you came out here to work for a startup. What was your position?
I was president of the company.
Was that company purchased?
I'm sorry?
Was the company purchased? You said it was in liquidation. Did it go out of business or was it purchased?
It was a joint venture company, U.S. company and a Chinese company, and the U.S. company had to withdraw from the joint venture, and as a result, the company lost its funding.
Do you recall receiving a notice of correction on January 29, 2016?
Yes. Sure.
Does that appear to be the correction notice that you received?
Yes.
Do you recall how you received it?
I
Was it in the
believe-
mail, personal?
My recollection is that we received it in the mail.
And did you read the entire thing?
Yes, I did.
And under penalties and fees, did you see the first sentence that says penalties and fees will apply and will be reviewed and or calculated upon review of additional materials?
Yes.
And the next sentence, which lets you know what the penalties are for violation of the statute. On page 2, that lists 3 corrective actions. Do you see those?
Yes.
Okay. And in the first corrective action, it requires you to provide a written response, a tree survey, tree management plan, geotechnical evaluation, and then all documents saved on a disk for ease of the city, I guess. Do you recall receiving that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you comply with that corrective action?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you do that?
I don't recall when that was submitted.
Can you turn to C3? other than my name on the very top, do you recognize this email?
Yes.
This. And I believe on some occasions, your wife, Miss Boots, communicated with the city, but would it be fair to say that she was communicating on behalf of both of you?
Yes.
So on February 23, earlier in the email chain, you acknowledged that you got the geotechnical evaluation and the survey. You have a copy of the deed. It appears that you're just waiting to get the arborist report, and you request an extension. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the city gave you until 3/16. Did you comply with that deadline?
During that time, we contacted an arborist who was going to perform what was required of us. However, he became ill, and it became a situation where we had difficulty finding another arborist.
It says here on February 25 that you were in contact with at least 4.
That's correct.
Were the other 3 ill?
The other 3 were not available within the time frame. So, fortunately, we ultimately found an arborist in order to try to comply with the deadline.
And who was that?
That was Scott Harmon.
Do you recall when Mr. Harmon's report was submitted to the city?
I don't recall the specific date or time.
Well, I'll assert to you that was April 11th. Does that sound about right?
I don't know how to answer that question. If that's what you're saying, then I would agree with that.
Okay. Well, if you look at C4, or actually it's my C4. I'm not sure how it's labeled. Number 4 says received by the city of Kenmore on April 11th, and the report
Yeah, it's
dated
C4.
April 11th. Any reason to think that's not accurate?
No.
So you're telling me between January 29th and April 11th, you weren't able to get an arborist to come out and survey your property? You managed to get a geotechnical survey. You managed to get a survey. You can get an arborist to look at your property.
Our process was such that we were trying to comply with all of the requirements at the same time, and we were not able to secure an arborist tree management plan during that period.
One of the requirements of the correction notice was that you obtain a tree cutting permit. Have you ever picked up that permit?
I have not.
Looking at number 2, do you recall receiving development review comments from Samantha Loyak?
Are you referring to C2 or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
No problem. Do you recall receiving that?
Yes.
Again, on page 3, it requires you to get a land surveyor, geotechnical engineer, arborist report, and have a landscape architect prepare a T management plan. You had no problem with getting the land survey and the geotechnical engineering report, but as I understand it, you're saying none of those 4 arborists were able to timely provide a report.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay, sustained.
Attached to the development review comments, starting on page 4, are 4 pictures. Do you see those?
Yes.
Okay, so in the first picture, is that your house up there?
Yes.
Would you say this is an accurate representation of how your property, at least I guess the backside of your property looked on January 21?
Yes.
And in that first picture, you see a series of cut trees with tree rounds. Is it your understanding that those are some of the trees that are at issue here today?
I believe that my understanding is that that's just one tree.
You don't see several tree stumps there?
They're all from the same tree, is my understanding. Sure.
Okay, so does that look like a tree stump there? Does that look like a cut tree right here?
It's my understanding that this is all part of the same tree.
So, which picture are we looking at?
Looking at the first picture.
Top picture. Yes, this one.
It's my understanding
Do you think
that
this tree round came from that tree stump?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
If you just to be clear for the record, which document are we looking at here?
We are looking at
Two.
C2.
Page
4.
First photo.
Okay.
And just so the record's clear, maybe you can describe what we're looking at here and see, or in the first photos.
It looks like a number of tree rounds laying on the ground.
Do you see any stumps?
I see what looks like they could be stumps, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. What about the second?
Yes, I see what looks like could be tree stumps.
Okay. And you don't have the survey in front of you. Do you know if this is your property, your neighbor's property?
Second picture, or the lower picture, it appears to be on our property.
Okay. And let's turn to the next two. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, one quick question on that first photo. Do you know if those are... When we're looking at this photo here in this first one, we are looking from north to south. Is that right?
We are looking from north to southeast.
The I guess, yellow creamish house in the background, is that the Catterhagen's house?
Yes.
Okay. So these trees way over here, closest to the photo, are those what were on your neighbor's property, potentially? Your other neighbors, not the Catterhagen's?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
if you turn to C4, page 6 of 7 of the Scott Harmon report.
Page 6 of 7, okay.
Looks like it's tree removals and remaining trees. I guess it's Exhibit A. Is that what you see?
Yes.
Okay. So number 7 on the diagram.
Yes.
Doesn't that appear to be the trees that are in that first photo on page 4?
It does.
So that wouldn't be on your property.
According to this sketch, that would be correct.
Okay, page 5 of 5 of that C2, so the third picture that we have here. Again, is that an accurate representation of the trees that were cut?
Yes.
Does that look about right for that January 21 time frame?
Yes.
Seem accurate? And then I guess in the back right here we have, is that the Catterhagen's house?
Yes.
And this is your slope that we're looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then page 5 of 5, still the second photo on that page. Again, it looks like we're looking at some more cut trees. Do you agree?
I think we're looking at 2 stumps.
You don't see a cut tree right there? That doesn't look like a fresh cut?
There were some habitats there, and those habitats were cut down.
I'm sorry, there were some habitats?
Yes. A habitat tree?
Oh, okay. Wait. And it's not quite clear to me, maybe you know. Do you know what angle we're looking at here in this photo in relation to your house?
This photo is facing northwest, away from the north side of the house.
So if we were basically standing at your house and then looking down and to the right, is that what you're saying?
No, if you're at the northeast corner of our house, you would be looking northwest in this picture.
Okay. Lake Washington is to the west of you, right?
That's correct.
So the northeast corner of your house would be like where your driveway is, isn't it?
It's where the lane is.
Is where I'm sorry?
The lane, that's where the lane is. The east side of the house, the lane runs the front of the house.
Okay, so the west side of your house is your backyard with a view of Lake Washington.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't think this is taken from maybe the northwest corner of your house looking?
No.
You think this is northeast corner of your house?
Yes.
So I'm looking to the left of me then, I'd be looking down the side of your house
Yes.
towards Lake Washington.
Yes.
When did you apply for a tree cutting permit? Excuse me.
We applied for the permit after we were notified that we required a permit.
Was that before this correction? Excuse me. Before the development review comments on C2?
Yes.
Sometime after January 21st?
Yes.
On Tuesday afternoon, we received a request for mitigation hearing where you admit that you committed the violation with the exceptions that we talked about earlier, which is namely the DBH of the trees.
And the existence of one of
Tree number 3.
tree
right.
number 3. Yeah, there was that exception as well.
Sorry. Is that your signature on there?
Yes, it is.
So you admit that you directed the trees to be cut?
Yes.
I think you said you might be parking on the city's right-of-way. Is that right? You mentioned there was a parking lot that you were using to...
There, the crosswalk obviously runs through the easement. There is an easement that is the lane, and people park there in that area, yes.
Did you talk to your neighbors to the north about cutting trees?
There is no neighbor to the north.
Is there somebody else's property to the north of you?
As far as I know, yes.
I'm sorry, as far as you know, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to the owner of the property to the north of you?
No.
Did you have any idea where your property line ends on that side?
I did not.
And you didn't think you should find out?
Well, the neighbors had indicated to me that trees were cut there before, that they had trees cut down by the people that owned the house previously, creating the habitats or the stumps that were there. So we had no reason to believe that that was not part of our property.
You just said you didn't know if it was part of your property.
That's correct. We had no reason to believe that it wasn't part of our property.
Except you said you didn't know if it was part of your property, so you just didn't care?
Well, no, we had discussed, as I said, we had two neighbors come down and talk to us during this event and indicated to us that they had the trees cut down for the neighbors, with the neighbors, because they were a senior couple, to prevent the trees from falling on their house. So I assumed at that time that it must have been part of our property.
Mm-hmm. Okay, turning to C6. Correction notice dated April 21, 2016. Do you recall receiving that?
Yes.
Do you recall how you might have received it?
My recollection is it was probably in the mail.
Okay. And Page 2, corrective action required. Appears to list 2 corrective actions there. You see that?
No.
Page 2 of 4 on the...
Oh, corrective action required? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your question?
You see that there's 2 corrective action required
Yes.
portions there, correct?
Yes.
Number 1, obtain tree removal permit. Have you done that?
No.
It says this must be completed by May 1, 2016. Still haven't done that.
No.
Okay, page 3 of 4. There's a table listing trees removed. You see that table?
Yes.
And you see 13 trees there.
Yes.
8 of them are significant trees. Only 1 of them was located on your property of those significant trees. Do you recall which one that was?
I don't.
It says penalties are due May 14, 2016. Did you do that? Did you pay penalties?
I'll object. This is bordering on harassment. Obviously, did he do that? Did he pay the penalty? We wouldn't be here. I object.
No, I'll overrule just to get that in the record. I think is okay. But let's let's move on though.
Attached to that correction notice is the Scott Harmon Arborist report, along with an affidavit of planting form for you to fill out. Not the part I'm interested in. Attachment number 2, it says record of survey. Do you see that?
Yes.
Record of survey? Okay. And is this something that you ordered?
Yes.
Do you agree that that is an accurate representation of your property and the surrounding property?
Seems to be.
Do you have any reason to think it isn't?
No.
Just a couple more. C7, notice of violation. Do you recall receiving that?
Yes.
Again, do you recall how you received it?
My recollection is it was probably through the mail.
Probably.
I do believe that it was also emailed to us.
Oh, okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pizer, any redirect?
Just quickly, while we're on that document, C7,
Yes.
do you see that the date that the city says they mailed this notice of violation to you?
Yes, June 28th, 2016.
Okay, and then if you go to the date they signed it, do you see the date they issued it?
The issue date was July 6th, 2016.
So they issued it on July 6th, but they claim they mailed it on June 28th, 8 days earlier.
It would appear so.
Does that make sense to you?
It does not.
Okay. Couple of questions. When you received the first correction notice in January, and you learned what you had to do, did you hire a geotechnical engineer?
We immediately set out to comply with everything as quickly as we could.
And who did you hire?
We hired Dennis Bruce as the geotech.
Okay, and did he come out and inspect your property
He did.
and the slope
He did.
and to check for its stability or not?
Yes, his report was the basis for the city waiving the requirement for insurance.
Okay. And did he provide a report in February 2016?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is outside the cross.
Hardly. The cross said, did you comply with this, that, or the other? And he brought it up.
Okay, yeah, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you also try to hire an arborist to comply with the correction notice that the city asked you to do?
Yes, we were trying to work on all of these things at parallel while, my wife and I both work and try to get it done in a timely manner.
And you actually emailed the city and said, we're looking at least 4 arborists to comply, correct?
Right.
And one of them, you said, was ill? And couldn't
Yes,
do
he became ill he actually came out to the house and was beginning the process and unfortunately became ill during that time, which again caused another delay.
Okay. And the other 3 arborists that you spoke to couldn't do it within the time frame?
They couldn't do it or wouldn't do it.
Wouldn't do it?
Yeah.
Because of?
Some of them don't do tree management plans.
Okay. So you asked for extensions,
Yes,
and you got some extensions?
yes.
Okay. And you're on an amicable basis with the city to get this work completed, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then you hired Scott Harmon, correct?
yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And according to his reports in the city, he was unable to come out until April, but completed his report on April 11th. That's the date of it, right?
That's the date the city received the report,
Okay.
yes.
Did you receive the report from Scott Harmon before the city did, if you know?
No, not that I recall.
So were you aware that the Scott Harmon submitted it to the city before he submitted it to you, his client?
No.
Well, do you know who he submitted it to first?
I believe it was submitted to the city first.
Okay. And you hired him?
Yes, that's
And you
correct.
paid him?
That's correct.
And he did, but to get it to the city on time or as soon as possible, you're aware that he submitted it first to the city.
Yes.
Did you ask him to do that?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you and your wife wanted to see the report before he submitted it to the city?
Yes.
Okay. And is there an email to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. It's in the exhibits, correct? Okay. Now, May 6th, 2016 is when the city filed a lawsuit separate from this matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But included these same penalties, these same violations in that lawsuit, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And upon advice of counsel, did work on this correction notice stop at that time?
No. We did not pick up the permit
And upon advice of council?
upon advice of council, yes.
Okay. With the correction notices and the lawsuit,
We stopped all activity at that point.
you turned to your attorneys, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Pernke asked you to look at photos taken in January 2016. Now I'd like you to look at photos taken in August 2016 by your arborist, Ryan Ring. And that's contained in, I think, exhibit
Is it A1 or A2? Yeah.
the Ryan Ring.
Okay.
Taking a look at that first photograph. Is that the hillside where the trees were cut in August, 8 months later?
Yes.
Is that a true, correct representation of what the hillside looked at that time?
Your Honor, I'm
Yes.
going to object again. This is still outside of the cross.
Yeah, Mr. Preiser, I mean, I realize they showed photographs. Could you explain how this is relevant, though?
Well,
In response.
they showed photographs in January 2016 to show the condition of the hillside at that time. And now, more recently, I'd like to show photographs showing the condition of the hill at
Oh, okay. Overruled. Go ahead.
If I may, Your Honor, to preserve my objection, I didn't show pictures of the hillside to show the condition, but rather to show the trees that were cut. And the condition of the hillside in August of 2016 is irrelevant to the cross.
They wanted to show the condition of the hillside and the trees. They showed the whole picture.
Okay. Well, let's just get through this quickly. And then,
So is that the condition of the hillside where the trees were cut in August, just 2 months ago?
Yes.
Has vegetation grown back?
Yes.
Just, Mr. Boots, do you have remorse about this whole matter?
I do.
Can you explain that to the hearing examiner?
Well, as I've said before, clearly I made a mistake, and I believe that a penalty is certainly due. But yeah, I mean, there isn't anything I can do, unfortunately, to bring these trees back.
Thank you.
okay. Do you have any recross, Mr. Perky?
Briefly. Do you still have the trees in front of you, or the tree pictures in front of you, Mr. Boots? The page 10, 11, 12 of the Ring
From the
report?
Ring report. Okay.
No.
Okay, that's on B. Well, it's B in mine. I'm not sure what it is.
Those are not here. Yes.
A2, if that's what you're talking about.
What are you looking for? Oh.
So,
B2.
what do you have for your
It's A2.
It's A2.
A2? So A2 is the Ring report, and you see those photos in front of you?
Yes.
Can you identify for the stumps for me that were cut?
I cannot. There are a number of suckers that have grown out from those stumps, and the trees appear to be coming back.
We're going on the second page. Page 11.
I don't see any stumps.
Okay, we're up to wall.
I don't see any stumps.
Okay,
No.
it's kind of hard to see anything. Is that correct?
It's difficult to see any stumps, yes. However, many of the stumps already have, as I said, suckers coming back, and the trees are restoring themselves.
You mentioned that you have remorse. Do you
Yes.
regret that the trees are gone?
I regret that we're having to unfortunately deal with this situation and the situation that we're in, and that we did not follow the rules. Yes.
Not quite sure you answered my question. Do you regret that the trees are gone?
Yes.
Only because of this hearing?
No, because of everything that's happened since then and the impact it's had.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, and final redirect from Mr. Pizer? Nothing? Okay, let's, next witness. Thank you, Mr. Boots.
Thank you. The city has withdrawn violations 2 and 3. We're only dealing with the mitigation of violation number 1
And you're contesting one tree, too.
and contesting 1 tree. So, as part of the mitigation hearing, and because violation number 1 talks about cutting trees without, the headline is cutting trees without a permit, but subparts talk about critical areas and cutting trees in critical areas. We thought we would have some very brief testimony from Dennis Bruce, the geotechnical engineer, with regards to his inspection. Brief, only to do with mitigation.
Okay.
Okay? So we'll call Dennis Bruce.
Bruce, please raise your right hand. Swear affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this proceeding.
I do. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Dennis M. Bruce, PE engineer.
And can you briefly tell us, well, what's your professional address?
I'm sorry?
What is your professional address? In Shoreline?
Yes.
Okay. Can you briefly tell us what your credentials are?
Bachelor's of Engineering, Civil Engineering, Master's of Civil Engineering, Specialty in Geotechnical, MBA from the University of Washington, over 40 years of professional practice, former lecturer, professor, University of Washington, Civil Engineering, and getting close to a lifetime of geotechnical engineering with issues.
Okay. You've been at it a long time.
Correct.
Okay. And were you retained by Oliver Boots and his wife, Christy Boots, to perform a geotechnical evaluation of their property in February 2016?
Yes,
Okay. And did you conduct that inspection?
I did.
Okay. That was after these trees that you heard about were cut?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, and the hearing examiner, what your conclusions were with regards to your geotechnical evaluation? And I assume you obtained I assume you have opinions on a more likely than not basis to provide, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I was retained by Mr. and Mrs. Boots to assess their slope after the tree removal and after various legal notices were received from the City of Kenmore. There appeared to be several issues, one of which is my specialty, slope stability. The findings and conclusions of my study were presented in a February 19th, 2016 report. I do not know if that's been looked at.
It is an exhibit,
Okay.
but if you can testify to it, please do.
So my February 19th report contains my understood background, my evaluation, and various aspects of the situation, starting with slope stability. It included drainage, soil bearing, adjacent slopes, erosion control, and I have a variety of conclusions and recommendations, along with a series of representative photo sheets depicting the situation.
Okay. Well, did you notice any evidence of any geotechnical distress?
None.
And what is geotechnical distress?
That's a subjective term, but we can simplistically say there's the horrific worst case that we're familiar with, the Oso landslide. That is a major geotechnical and geologic failure. It could also mean if there's heavy rain and a few grains of sand erode and creates a little mess. There's a spectrum of judgment as to what geotechnical distress is.
Did you see any evidence of slides, soil tension cracks, or erosional degradation?
None.
You did see tree stumps, correct?
I did see tree stumps indicating former mature trees that had been removed.
Did you see bushes and branches that had been trimmed previously or in years prior?
I could not assess to how far back in history anything was trimmed. I think my photo sheets speak for what I saw at the, and my photos are always dated, February 17th, 2016, initial inspection.
Okay. Did you also notice an existing alpine-style rockery?
I did.
And what condition was that in?
I use the broad term, quote, mediocre.
Okay.
In my opinion and experience, a rockery had put in initially to provide, I'm going to use a term, surficial erosional stabilization. Surficial means there's no deep-seated geologic failure. There's no critical problem with the soil. It's simply a landscaping vehicle that, based on my experience, was most likely put in when the property was developed. Consists of rocks varying in size. The industry uses descriptive terms of one-man, two-man rocks, and they simply are landscaping to prevent erosional sloughing.
Did you see any, or did you observe any evidence of tree trunks that had been growing at an unstable or severe angle?
I did. In my report, noticed that in many cases, some trees pose a hazard given their large size and an angle, and during heavy windstorms, as we all know, trees can be disruptive. When a large tree on a slope is ripped out by windstorm, the rip ball destroys some soil mass around it, creating slope instability. I typically advise similar situations to trim or remove what I consider hazardous trees.
So just to make clear, did you see a stump in that regard or an actual tree?
I saw no trees since they had been removed, but I saw evidence of stumps at what I consider a dangerous angle relative to the slope.
Did you see any problems with drainage?
I always see little problems with drainage. I saw no significant problems with drainage. The Boots property had at that time some drainage pipes connected to his gutter downspouts to transport stormwater to the base of the hill into the municipal stormwater system, and I commented that that was a good thing.
What did you observe with regards to soil and soil bearing?
Soil bearing was excellent. It easily met the standard of 2,000 PSF bearing capacity. At the time of my first visit, it appeared that Mr. Boots had reinforced his patio and decking, and there were some excavations to observe extremely dense native sands. Additionally, I did soil probing on the slope face itself to verify the stable, native, dense underlying soil, which contributed to my conclusion that the slope was geotechnically stable.
Adjoining slopes, did you look at those?
I did, and interestingly enough, some of the adjoining slopes are at a much steeper angle than the Boots property. Some of the adjoining slopes had obviously had improvements, landscaping walls, significant weight of structures placed upon them. I could only hope that a competent geotechnical engineer had designed those and inspected them.
Did you see any evidence of instability with regard to those adjoining slopes?
Last part again, sorry.
Did you see any evidence of geotechnical instability with regards to those adjoining slopes?
None.
Okay. And what about erosion control? Did you see any evidence of adverse erosional impacts?
At the time of my first visit, the February 17th, was a winter condition. The slope face had obviously had the trees removed. There was, in my opinion, sufficient ground cover, vegetation, wood chips that form a protective surficial zone to keep erosion under control. Clearly, vegetation grows in the spring, and my lifetime experience is that many similar slopes become overgrown with weeds, bushes, vines that can improve erosion conditions, but also can mask any hidden situations. So my recommendations were to perhaps hydroseed or plant some shrubberies.
So what were your conclusions on a more probable than not basis with regards to the Boots property?
That the slope was geotechnically stable, that some of the trees that I observed with the angled trunks that had been cut did pose a threat to long-term stability, and I was happy to see their removal. It removed a great deal of potential unstable weight on the slope.
Did you recommend against planting any large diameter trees on the slope face itself?
I did.
And why?
Based on my lifetime experience, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
But in your opinion, would it be a mistake?
I believe so.
Why?
It comes down to how do we know how that tree grows long term? And I must distinguish from, in my experience, it's a perfectly acceptable role of any municipality to designate a piece of property as potential critical area. That designation does not mean it is a critical area. It's up to the professionals to investigate and say, yes, it is critical, or no, it isn't. After the professionals have assessed and made recommendations, then homeowners can trim trees, do clearing, perhaps put in rockeries, perhaps plantings. But I think it's very important to distinguish labeling something as it might be critical is not the same as it is critical. Now, there's a whole other world of aesthetics, preferences, covenants, and that's not geotechnical engineering. That's a different animal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Mr. Perky?
You said you noticed cut trees. Any idea how many you saw?
I did not count, but it could have been, it was more than 10 and less than 20 in my general understanding.
No further questions.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next witness.
We will call Ryan Ring to stand.
Mr. Ring, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, Dave.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Ryan Ring,
And what is your professional address?
Mount Lake Terrace,
And what is your profession?
a consulting arborist.
And could you let us know what your credentials are as an arborist? First of all, are you a certified arborist?
I'm a certified arborist. I've been certified for about 10 years. I have a tree risk assessor's certificate, and I'm a member of the ASCA, American Society of Consulting Arborists, and I've been consulting part or full-time for about 8 years. I worked for Tree Service starting in 2004 as a lead climber. Before that, I worked as a smoke jumper, and we did a lot of climbing trees. That's how I learned to climb trees. And then I started my own tree service in 2007, and I started consulting full-time 4 years ago.
And can you tell us where you obtained your education?
Oh, I have a biology degree from Boise State.
And that's a bachelor's degree in,
Bachelor of Science, yes,
okay. In what?
in biology.
Okay. And then when did you become certified as an arborist?
I think it was 2006.
And what has your professional experience been?
How far back do you want to go? I guess professional experience.
As an arborist?
As an arborist, I was a lead climber and supervisor for Davey Tree Service from 2004 to 2007, and 2007 to 2012. I was the owner of the Arbor Barber Tree Service, where I also consulted, and I've been consulting full-time for Arbor Options, tree consultants from 2012 to present day.
Okay. What have some of your notable consulting contracts been?
The Sound Transit Link Light Rail project I do from Capitol Hill to Northgate, I guess, would be one of my biggest notable projects.
So tell us what a project arborist does for Sound Transit Link Light Rail.
Sure. First we do a tree inventory, and we inspect the trees, and then we look at all the plans with the engineers and see what the proposed construction activities are, and then compose a tree and landscape protection plan, and also do appraisals of all the existing inventory, all the trees, monetary appraisals, and then provide the protection specifications through the life of the project, and we are available to go on site for any excavation or disturbances within the critical root zones of those trees.
Were you retained by us to do an inspection and an evaluation of the trees involved in the situation?
Yes.
There was some question. You've been here listening to the testimony, correct?
I have.
Okay. Is it easy to retain an arborist these days on a tight time schedule?
It is not. There's a shortage of arborists right now. I guess it would correspond with the boom in development. There's a lot of regulations in the area, and arborists are in short, consulting arborists are in short supply right now. I myself am not taking any new clients. I haven't been for about 2 months or a month or so. And I do refer a lot of work to other arborists, and a lot of them have told me they're not taking on new clients, and most of the ones I refer to say they're about 4 weeks out. So it's a busy time for arborists right now, for consulting arborists.
Okay. So can you see the situation that Mr. and Mrs. Boots were in when they were told to retain an arborist within a short period of time and come up with an inspection and a report?
I can. I have so much work, I don't advertise myself, so it's mostly referrals from clients, and there's a lot of arborists like myself out there. It's hard to find an arborist. Almost everybody that I talk to say they've been looking for a while, and I pass a lot of names out, and a lot of those people can't work as well, so it's kind of hit or miss, I would say.
Okay. But we asked you to inspect the Boots property, correct? This
Yes.
summer? Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
When did you do that?
July 13th.
Okay. And what did you do when you went out there?
Let's see. So I was asked to inspect the site and look at the trees that were removed and the vegetation on the hillside, and also the existing trees, and take an inventory of the existing trees and do a calculation of tree density with the city regulations, and to inventory the trees that were removed, and also to give recommendations as to slope stability from the condition of the existing trees and shrubbery on the slope.
Okay. And let's tackle slope stability just for a minute here.
Okay.
Did you come to the conclusion?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
Well, again,
Overall, I think this goes to the severity of the violation, and if it's on a steep slope, and that's relevant. So go ahead.
Thank you. Did you come to what did you come to the conclusion, or what conclusion did you arrive at?
Well, I guess
slope stability.
I was asked, do we need to plant more trees to make the slope stable? When I arrived there was a proliferation of shrubs.
There was what?
A proliferation of new shrubs, of new growth. The trees that had been removed had a lot of new sucker growth or water sprout growth, and the entire slope was covered with new vegetation from shrubs, ground cover, or trees and water sprouts, except for one small portion which was covered with wood chips, probably from the removal of the trees towards the lower part of the slope where it was flatter. I also read Dennis Bruce's recommendations on the slope stability, and I'm not an expert on slope stability, on geotechnical aspects of slope stability, but what I would look at is there a possibility for erosion, surface erosion, that could lead to some problems if someone like Dennis Bruce said that there is an unstable slope, and with the proliferation of ground cover shrubs and trees over the entire site, it was my opinion that there was a very small chance of surface erosion.
And did you defer and agree with Mr. Bruce?
I deferred and agreed to his assessment of the slope stability, and said that I didn't think supplemental trees were absolutely necessary for slope stability. However, I'm not opposed to supplemental trees in general, but that they were not absolutely necessary for slope stability.
Okay. Now turning your attention to the inventory of the trees that were cut. Did you compare your findings and your inventory with the findings in the inventory of Scott Harmon?
Yes.
And what was there a difference?
There were some differences.
Can you tell us what the difference was, particularly with regards to tree number 3 on the Scott Harmon report?
Well, I couldn't find tree number 3.
Okay. And how did you go about looking for it?
I spent a lot of time looking. I was on the site for 5.5 hours, I think. And I found every single tree that he mentioned. I should note that there were a lot of other stumps there of all different sizes, mostly, 8 inches or smaller. And a lot of them were, I could tell they were several years old. So it was,
Not part of this.
Not part of this. From several years ago. So I went by Scott Harmon's report because it was several months after the fact when I was there. So I looked at all the trees. I tried to identify all the trees that he identified. I identified all the trees except for one, which was tree number 3, and I looked everywhere. I scoured the area. There was no tree number 3 stump in existence there.
Okay, so he found a tree stump, at least according to his report, and he marked it as tree number 3, correct?
Yes, and I also was going by his sketch that he had drawn. It was not to scale, but all the other trees I found in the approximate areas that he had identified them, but I did not find any stump for tree number 3, which was identified as I believe, a 24-inch stump.
Okay.
I should add also that...
One of the larger stumps, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I should add also that all the maple stumps that were removed had great sucker growth or water spout growth, and they were really easy to find. They were 5 feet, 6 feet tall of growth, and that was the first clue that I couldn't find the stump. There was no water sprouts, and then I did a very thorough investigation of the ground in that area, and there was no stump.
And you looked under the brush or the vegetation and
Pulled the brush aside. I had tools. I whacked the blackberry. I looked at every inch of the ground.
Okay. But you did find the other trees?
Yes.
Okay.
The only difference was that tree 6 I determined to be 2 trees.
And you marked that down on your graph as 6A and 6B?
Yes, there were 2 stems that looked like they came out of the ground, and when I removed the debris between the stems, I could see that they were attached, or that they were not attached, I'm sorry. So they were actually 2 separate trees, and one of them was significantly decayed.
And that's what I was going to ask you next. Did you see any evidence of diseased or decaying trees, which could impact the findings of a tree being significant?
Well, so tree 6, which Scott Harmon said was 2 stems, which I identified which he identified as 1 tree, which I identified as 2 trees. One of those stems was completely decayed, I believe about 80% decay, which would make that a non-significant tree. I believe that was tree 6B. So that would not be significant, and that would change the findings. And then I did find, let's see, you asked me if I found significant decay, which would change the findings. I did find decay on the stumps of 2 large trees, tree 7 and 3. I'm sorry, tree 7 and, was it? 2.
Tell us about those.
But I don't think they significantly changed the findings. I found multiple discolorations, fungal discolorations on the stumps, but the stumps were not in advanced decay, so I could not call these trees So if a tree in the city of Kenmore, and it's different for every city, the city of Kenmore says if there's a tree that's a hazard tree, which a hazard tree is defined by a tree with a major defect and a probability of failure and a target, then it is not a significant tree. I talked to Mr. Boots, and he said that he thought these trees had significant area of decay, and that's what the arborist indicated to him who cut the trees. And I did find a lot of fungal infection on the stumps. However, I could not say that they were hazard trees because I did not note advanced decay in the stems, and I was not present before the trees were gone to do an advanced hazard tree assessment.
So if we count up the trees that you found that were cut, that were significant, how many were there? If you can just count them up for
Well,
us.
tree 1 and 2 on the city property south, I guess that would be the crosswalk.
That's the crosswalk.
Trees 4, 5, and 6A, because I determined that tree 6 was actually 2 trees, 6A and 6B. So on the north property, 4, 5, and 6A.
And that would be on the property to the north of the Boots.
Yes.
Okay.
Tree 7, which was located on the city right away, on down on the bottom of the hill by the west side of the property, by the street. And then tree 12 on Oliver Boots' property.
So that's 7.
Yes.
7 trees. Okay. Now, you're a tree professional, and you've cut down trees in the past, right?
Yes, I worked as a climbing arborist, and I owned a tree service. Yes, and I worked in the Forest Service. I've cut down lots of trees.
Okay. Is it reasonable to rely on an expert with regards to permit knowledge and issuance?
It's a complex question, I guess. In my opinion, it is. I owned a tree service, and most of my clients had no idea about tree regulations. And so I had numerous salesmen that worked for me and who were all certified arborists, and I had to tell them to educate the public on the tree regulations, because if we went by what the homeowner thought, then we could get in a lot of trouble. There's actually a lot of cities that penalize the arborist as well. There's some cities that don't, and a lot of them are moving that way. So to protect my company, we had to educate the homeowners on the regulations daily, or else we would have been in violation of rules and could be penalized. So in my estimation, the homeowners may rely on professionals to tell them the regulations of each city as far as their trees go.
Do you have an opinion as to whether a professional tree service should inform the consumer about the need for permits or the issuance of permits?
Yes. So, like I've already mentioned that to not violate the rules themselves, the tree service needs to do that. But also, I believe there's a duty of care that they need to have and to indicate to the homeowners what is legal and what is not legal, especially if they're a certified arborist.
Okay. Now, turning to the survey, did you see, when you went to the property, the Boots property, did you see any evidence of a crosswalk that is allegedly owned by the city and apparently owned by the city, according to the survey?
No.
Okay. Was there any asphalt, any pavement, any markings? What was there? The survey now says a crosswalk exists.
See, when I was there, the Boots property, was covered in vegetation and regrowth, and blackberry. It's a bit of a jungle, and then somewhere is a demarcation between the two properties, which if I didn't know that there was city property there, I would assume it was the property boundary, and the property to the south has a landscaping lawn, some ivy, some Leland cypress, a row of Leland cypress trees, but there's no indication of any crosswalk.
Okay. And you took a picture. It's the first picture in your report on page 10.
Yes.
Is that the hillside of
Yes, that's about mid-slope, looking from north to south. The alleged crosswalk area would be on the south side of that. Yeah, so I don't know exactly where the crosswalk was. It wasn't marked, but so I don't know where it was. But in that area, there's brush like this, and then there's a demarcation that I guessed was the neighbor's property, which is landscaped. So the crosswalk is there somewhere. The alleged crosswalk.
When I showed this picture earlier to Mr. Cruz, I indicated that it was taken in August 2016, which is the edited report, but you now testified you were there July 13th.
Yes, it was in July.
So that picture was taken July 13th.
Correct.
So 6 months after the
Yeah, I'm not sure of the date of the tree cutting, but it was taken in July.
And all right. What type of regrowth did you see there at that time?
Let's see. So there was the maple trees had extensive suckering and regrowth. 7 or 8 suckers, water sprouts from each one. There was extensive cherry growth. There were several hazelnut growth. The growth was anywhere from 2 feet, for trees up to 5 or 6 feet. There was a lot of blackberry and ground cover.
Now, when you went out there in July, did you also, in addition to the inventory that you took, arrive at various measurements of the trees that were cut?
I did.
Okay. And did you compare those measurements to the measurements contained in the Harmon report?
Well, yes. And so you requested DBH measurements because the monetary fines were estimated using DBH measurements, but obviously DBH is a measurement taken at 4.5 feet. It's called diameter at breast height, which is 4.5 feet above ground level. So I measured the stump diameter. Scott Harmon's report said DBH values. I wasn't sure if that was estimated DBH or the actual measurement of the stumps, but I measured the stumps. And I got the value for that, and you can see it. That's under Ryan's stumps diameter. And then I adjusted for DBH using some formulas to come up with an adjusted DBH, so a penalty in it could be assessed.
And can you briefly describe the methodology that you used in arriving at the adjusted DBHs, at least in the ones that differ from Scott Harmon's?
Oh, sure. So it's difficult to estimate DBH at 4.5 feet from stump diameter. The best way to do that is to find the same species of a tree in the same area that they grew with same conditions, get a large sample as you can, 100 or 200, and measure the stumps and then measure the diameter at 4.5 feet, and then you can get a regression, and then you can apply that and come up with a very precise estimation of DBH. So I didn't have that, so I did some research, and I found some Forest Service articles that had been published and that are widely used in the profession that estimated DBH from stump diameter. So
authoritative sources in your field?
Yes, absolutely. And one article is called Estimating DBH from Stump Diameters in Second Growth Douglas Fir, and it comes from a Washington, Oregon study in 1977 from the Forest Service. And I used their regression analysis and put in the stump diameter in their equation and came up with the adjusted DBH. And the other one, it was much harder to find cherry and big leaf maple regression analysis from the Pacific Northwest, and I did happen to find a study that was very basic. It was a Forest Service study from the Northeast, and I used just it had hardwood versus softwoods, and it didn't have, it also had specific species, but it didn't have the same specific species here, so I just used a general hardwood regression coefficient, and looking at, which was pretty small coefficient, looking at the individual species, it probably, the adjusted DBH is probably smaller than normal.
Now, looking at your chart, which is at the end of Exhibit C2, it looks like
Or, I'm
your
sorry, larger
measurements-
than normal.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
It looks like your measurements are more specific than Scott Harmon's. Would you agree?
I use measurements to the 10th of an inch.
And he just uses no measurements below an inch, correct?
Yes.
Whereas yours is 18.1 for tree number 1 because it's 20. Yours is 22.9. Tree number 2 is 30. For tree number 4, you actually came up with a higher deviation, 9.6 versus his of 8, correct?
Yes.
And 12.3 for tree number 5 versus his of 12, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what method he used?
I don't.
Is that contained in his report?
No.
And how would you characterize your DBH measurements versus his?
I guess I really wouldn't, because I don't know how he measured his stumps. I would just say that I measured the stumps to a 10th of an inch and recorded the data. So I don't. That's all I can say is what I did.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ring. I don't have anything further.
Okay, Mr. Prinkle?
And if we take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure, yeah. Take a 5-minute break at this time. Record in the matter of the Boots Appeal, HEA 2016-03. We just did a 5-minute break. We're back on. Still, the witness is Mr. Ring, and we're at Mr. Prinkle's cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Ring, when were you first contacted by Mr. Boots or one of his representatives?
I can't say exactly. I'm guessing it was about a month before I visited the site.
So like in June?
Yes.
Okay, you testified that you visited the site on July 13th, correct?
Yes.
Did you go out any other times?
Yes. I met with them now I want to change my answer before, because it couldn't have been June when they first contacted me because I met with them in June initially to talk about the job. So it must have been in May, the first time they contacted me. We met in June at some point. I'd have to look at my calendar. And they explained the situation to me and just wanted a general overview of the stumps. I went out and I measured things and we talked about things. And they took some notes and I basically did like a hour and a half consult on what I see. And then they called me up at another point and said, yes, we would like a formal investigation or report. And I came back.
Okay, so sounds like you might have visited the property twice.
Twice.
Then? Okay. Your page 2 of your report says you visited the site on July 20th, 2016. Any reason to think that's inaccurate?
I thought it was the 13th. It says July 13th, 2016.
I'm looking at,
Oh, date of site visit 7/20. Yes, that probably is inaccurate. It was the 13th.
do you typically date your pictures when you take them?
No.
Okay, so we don't know when these pictures were taken then in your report?
They were taken on the 13th.
And the 20th was just a typo then or something?
I'm guessing yes.
Mr. Pizer asked you whether or not there was the formulas and the methods for calculating DBH attached to the Harmon report. Did you attach those to your report?
No.
Did you put your formulas in the report?
Nope.
Did you put the survey or the white papers that you reference in the report?
No.
So we're just supposed to take your word for it?
Objections.
Is that a question? Or?
Harassment.
Go ahead and answer it.
Yeah.
I was asked to give a summary, which to Ellen, and I did so, and I did not include that in the report because I was only asked to give a summary. So I guess I would say yes. I have all the information right here of the reports that I used. I have a spreadsheet that I used. So yes.
Did you provide those to Alan in response to some requests for production and interrogatories?
Objection. Are we talking about the lawsuit or this hearing?
Did you receive interrogatories in reference to the hearing?
No?
There you go. The lawsuit.
No interrogatories in this hearing.
Did you provide your calculations to your white papers and your formulas to Mr. Pizer?
No.
When did Mr. Pizer request a summary?
When he asked me to do the job
From the get-go?
from the get-go, for the second meeting.
And when was the summary provided?
If it wasn't on the same day as a report, it was within a few days.
Okay, so I'm looking at your report here, and it's got a footer and a header header is Boots Tree Evaluation, footer is your name, and it's paginated. And it goes to 15 is the last page that's paginated, and your signature is on page 8. So following your signature on page 8, there's a glossary, and then there's appendices, and then suddenly there is a table, which isn't referenced in the report. It doesn't appear to be an appendix to the report. And following the report, you sign it again. There's no date. Do you know when this was prepared?
Objection, yes, and the answer said it was within a few days of the 8/4/16 report.
I'm sorry, I don't recall the answer, so Mr. Ring, if you could answer it again.
The header on top says August 4th, 2016.
I'm not talking about page 1 of the report, Mr. Ring. I'm talking about what appears to be a supplemental report here with your table here. So your signature's on page 8, and then the report is paginated through page 15, and then all of a sudden, there appears to be a table with, again, your signature as appears to be a separate report.
So what is your question?
When was this latter part prepared?
Oh, within a day of preparing the report that shows the full report that shows.
Why didn't you,
Basically the same time.
so why wouldn't you continue the page numbers on to this part of the report, and why did you sign it twice?
Because he asked me for a separate summary of the information of the tree information that was removed from the property.
So this is a second report then that was just provided on the same day?
He asked me for a separate summary of the removed trees, and I provided that.
So you wouldn't
within
consider
several
this
days.
to be a part of your original report?
No, it was I guess I would call it an addendum to the original report, but it was not part of the original report. It was not in the index of the report.
On page 8, where you sign Ryan Ring, Arbor Option Tree. I'm sorry. Page 8, you sign Ryan Ring, Arbor Options Tree Consultants, and it's dated 8/4/16. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the second page of your supplemental report, you date it, there is no date, and it's Arbor Options LLC. So did you change your company name at some point?
It says Arbor Options LLC Tree Consultants. Arbor Options LLC is the name of my company, and it's a DBA doing business as Arbor Options Tree Consultants.
Okay, but on the other one, you signed Arbor Options Tree Consultants without any additional portion. Do you typically sign it differently?
Yes.
You sign things differently?
Wait, differently than what?
Well, why is this signature different from the other one on page 8? Why is it Arbor Options Tree Consultants dated 8/4/16 on page 8, and then on your supplemental report, it's Ryan Ring, Arbor Options LLC, put your email, there's no date.
Honestly, probably because I copied and pasted it from another document to save time, and I probably should be the same.
You testified that the best way to calculate the DBH, the adjusted DBH, excuse me, is to find 1 to 200 trees of the same type in the area. Take those measurements, and then you would use that to come up with a formula for calculating DBH. Is that correct?
That would be probably the most accurate estimation of DBH from stump diameter.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Did you look at any trees in the area to do it?
No.
You reference a study from 1977, which is 50 years ago.
1977 is 50 years ago? I don't think so.
30, 40 years ago?
39.
40 years ago?
It's not 50.
Excuse me, 40 years ago. Has tree adjustment changed much in the past 39, 40 years?
No.
And would tree growth within a residential area differ based off of tree growth? I honestly don't know what they're referencing in the report because it wasn't provided. So is it possible for tree growth to be different in the residential setting versus what they're
Oh, yeah,
discussing?
it will be different,
in that
definitely.
How so?
Well, trees in a residential area it can vary. It really depends on the space that a tree has. If there's a lot of trees around another tree, it's going to grow further up, have smaller taper, so it'll have less difference in the taper. If it's relatively wide open and there aren't any other trees around it, it'll have a greater taper because the branches are growing out. So it does depend on species, water availability, the growth. It depends on a lot of things.
So did you adjust your formula based off of what the white paper said and then the conditions of the residential property?
No, this was just so basically there's a stump, it gets smaller, and this was a general estimation of a hardwood tree for an amount that it gets smaller, and it's not going to be as accurate as the method that I described before.
The sample.
Yes, sampling trees in the same conditions. That would be the same slope, the same neighborhood, same conditions, basically. Spatial conditions.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. I apologize. You also referenced a study from the Northeast. How is tree growth different in the Northeast versus the Northwest?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that's what you were referencing on the last question, was the Northeast trees.
No.
So the Northeast trees, that was my answer for the Northeast trees. The Northeast trees would have been, it is different. I think the Douglas fir correlation would be quite a bit closer. That would have been what you asked last time. My mistake. The Douglas fir correlation would be quite a bit closer because they're Douglas firs in the same area and they're the same species. However, the taper will also differ from residential to forest. And this was the study was for second growth. In other words, the trees have been cut down once already and growing.
Okay. So I understand that you used a formula which is obviously going to come out with very specific numbers, but how it sounds like you're questioning the accuracy of the formula in the first place based off of the Northeast study in correlation to what's here in the Pacific Northwest. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's just a general representation. There's not a lot of sources out there for specific species in specifically the Northwest, so that's the best that I could go by.
Okay. So if you measure down to 1/10 of an inch with a formula that isn't necessarily the most accurate, does that even matter if you measure the 1/10 of an inch?
Like I said, it's a general depiction of tree taper, and it provides some basis of determining DBH, which is less diameter than the stump diameter. And as to exactly how accurate that is, I can't say.
Have you been to the property since July 13th?
No.
Do you have a geotechnical degree or certification?
I do not.
Does being a certified arborist give you the qualification to opine on slope stability? Is that part of the certified arborist certification?
I don't believe there's a section on slope stability and to be a certified arborist. However, my expertise comes from years of study, self-study, from schooling, and from field work, doing the actual field work and seeing the trees grow and interact.
Does certified tree risk assessor give you the qualifications to opine on slope stability?
It does address slope stability, yes.
You mentioned I think water sprouts and suckers. Does that sound right?
Yes.
What does that do in regards to, is that a good thing or a bad thing to have the suckers and the water sprouts?
It depends on what you're talking in relation to. As far as slope stability, it's a good thing because it continues to keep the roots alive. If you, let's say we cut all the water sprouts off over and over and over, or the suckers off over and over and over, eventually the carbohydrates in the roots would run out, and there's no new energy being reproduced from photosynthesis, so the roots would die. If we keep if we let the new suckers and water sprouts grow up and continue to provide photosynthesis, then it will keep the root structure alive, and it will continue to help hold the ground together and prevent erosion.
Wouldn't it be preferred to just not cut the tree in the first place?
I guess it depends on the situation. Most of the time, if you cut a tree down, you're probably going to have some root loss. Even if you do have water sprouts, you'll probably have some root loss, yes. But it depends on the species in the tree.
So in looking at your pictures on page 10 through 12, it's Appendix A. It looks pretty overgrown there. Was that hard to weed through?
Hard to what?
Weed through?
To weed through?
You know,
do you mean?
traverse?
A little bit in places, more because of the blackberry.
Do you think it's possible that there would be tree stumps hidden in there that you wouldn't otherwise see?
There were a lot of tree stumps in there, smaller tree stumps, and I saw all of them. If you,
All of them?
oh, I saw many tree stumps. In the area of tree number 3, the missing tree stump, it's absolutely not possible that that stump is there. I looked at every inch of that ground, and it's not there.
So you have seen the Scott Harmon report, correct?
Yes.
And did you see page... I'm just going to get it off.
Okay.
Okay, page 6 of 7 of Mr. Harmon's report.
Yes.
Okay, so number, I guess it's number 3 on here then, that's the one you disagree with.
Yes.
Okay. Other than coming up with a different DBH for the trees and the existence of tree number 3, do you otherwise agree with this diagram?
Except for
Oh, number 6.
tree number 6.
But isn't 6 showing 2 right there?
It shows 2 stems, and it's numbered. Usually if there's 2 circles and it has one number, that means it's a 2-stemmed tree. That's one tree. So if it were 2 trees, it would say 6 and 7. So I identified that as 2 trees.
Oh, I see. So you agree with the location. You just
I agree with the general.
In your opinion, it's just two separate trees rather than one tree with 2
Yeah,
stems.
I agree with the general location. The property wasn't marked, and I went off his map to find these. So I can't say the exact location, but I agree that all of these are in the correct general locations.
Have you previously testified before?
I have not.
Do you know if Eric Nye, the tree guy, is a licensed arborist?
I know of him. I can't say specifically that I know he's licensed, but I know he does a lot of business around here, so but I haven't checked myself specifically to see if he's licensed.
Is that something you would recommend checking before you hire somebody to cut your trees?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I don't know how many homeowners know that, but it's probably a good idea.
I think you testified that you think arborists have a duty to inform their clients about tree cutting risks. Do you think that duty applies to a non-arborist? I'm sorry?
Do restate the question.
Regarding duties? So you said?
Do restate the question.
Sure. Do you recall testifying that you thought arborists had a duty to their clients to inform them about permitting issues?
Okay. No, I'll allow the question. I think that was actually specifically asked of Mr. Ring in the direct testimony, so.
Yes.
He used the word duty.
Okay, well, I don't construe duty in the legal sense. I think it's in Mr. Ring's perception of customer service and what is to be expected, so go ahead, Mr. Ring.
That's correct.
Does the duty, as you understand it, apply to a non-arborist?
When you say non-arborist, what do you mean by non-arborist?
Eric Nye, if he's not a licensed arborist,
Okay, well, there's the two terms. There's a term arborist and there's a term certified arborist. So an arborist is someone who cuts trees down or works with trees. And a certified arborist is someone who does that but has gone through the certification process. So when I said arborist, I meant someone who is cutting trees. As far as a duty, I don't specifically mean that they have a duty that they're upheld to SWOR by any organization. I meant that they, in general terms, that as running a business, as someone who knows trees, you should inform your clients what the tree regulations are, because most of them that I worked with have no idea about any tree regulations.
you also referenced having a conversation with Mr. Boots. I think you said Mr. Boots, and that he told you that an arborist recommended cutting down certain trees. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did he tell you who that was?
I believe he did tell me it was Eric Nye, the tree guy, in the beginning. This was all after the fact.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, you.
In fact, to be clear, I believe I asked him who it was when we met.
And you've heard of Eric Nye, the tree guy, before?
Yes. Yeah, I've met him. I've seen him. I've seen him on the job.
Okay. You testified about the adjusted DBH, and I think you said that, and I think I know what you meant to say, so here's your opportunity. You testified that the adjusted DBH would be smaller than normal. You meant to say larger, right? For your calculations.
Actually, I meant to say smaller.
Okay, so
Yeah.
could you expand on that then, just so it's clear?
Well, I guess what it really comes down to is that it's just a general estimation, and the taper is actually probably looking at this other species, and this is a hardwood study, that the coefficient for the specific species are smaller. I guess I don't have any scientific basis to state that, though. But in my opinion, if you did a correlation of the same similar species, it would be smaller. But I can't justify that.
Do you just do consultations at this point, or do you also do tree cutting?
I only do consulting.
Nothing further.
Okay, and a quick question before we get to Mr. Pizer. So I recollect you basically testified you really didn't know what the margin of error would be in your computations for the adjusted DBH. Would the Harmon figures, do you think, likely be within the margin of error here, or are they?
I don't know what his DBH was calculated from, so I don't know exactly how.
So
what his methods were.
Okay, because, I mean, I don't know if it's really dependent on what methodology he used. It's really an issue of, are your numbers so approximate that his numbers would, fit within the range of error there?
Yeah, so I received the information from his report, and it said that these numbers were DBH. However, when I went on the scene, there were only stumps.
Right.
So because of that, we needed a way to determine DBH from my calculation, and so that was the only really recourse I had. I don't know how he got his DBH numbers.
So what assumptions do you use in using your equation? I mean, is it pretty much if you take 10 different arborists and they use the formula, they're going to come up with the same figure? Is that what it boils down to? Or are there some assumptions made? I mean, obviously the studies you used are, that's the first big assumption that they should apply here. But beyond that, I mean, were there any other assumptions made in these calculations?
Well, if 100 people use a 10-inch stump size, they'll come up with the same number. Or if a 15-inch stump size, they'll come up with the same number. The margin of error comes down to the correlation of the average hardwood trees that were used in that study versus the average hardwood tree taper that was used in that study versus your tree taper, your specific cherry tree located on a slope surrounded by trees with a certain amount of water and sunshine. So there's no way of estimating that error. It's just a general estimation of hardwood trunk taper from the field, from notes or data in the field.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pizer, any redirect?
How long did you spend at the study?
4.5 hours. Let me check my notes. 11 to 4:30, 5.5 hours. I'm sorry.
And you made a thorough search for each one of these tree stumps that you saw on the Scott Harmon diagram.
Yes.
And you found all but one.
Yes.
And you found tree 6 to be two trees you labeled of 6'8", 6 feet.
Correct.
But you couldn't find tree 3.
I could not.
And that was in the crosswalk area?
Yes.
You did find the other tree, one or two trees in that area?
Yes. They were very easy to find. They were very obvious. They were large.
Not that big.
No.
Which,
I even there was a couple of logs laying down the hill, and I had a bad back that day, and I moved every single one out of the way because I wanted to ensure I didn't want there to be any guessing or anybody to be able to go back to the site and say, oh, here it is. So I made sure that I looked everywhere.
and that tree number 3 is one of the larger trees on the Scott Harmon diagram, right?
Yes,
24 inches.
that's what it's labeled as. Yes,
And you would have seen that if you
I would have seen that. I would have found that.
you found smaller ones, correct?
I did.
Correct.
Yes, like older stumps.
And you found stumps that had been cut previously even before Mr. Boots.
I can't say when they were cut, but they looked like they had been cut several years before. On the yes, the cracking of the wood and the dryness and the decay.
That's something you as an arborist
Yes,
determine a potential age.
yes, but I was not doing an analysis of the age of each stump. I was just trying to find, since Scott Harmon identified the trees that were removed previously, or that were removed by Mr. Boots, I just was trying to identify those trees, and that's what I did.
You also see existing trees as well?
Yes, they're in my report as existing tree inventory.
And did the existence of the existing trees, pardon my usage of existing, did the
this is outside the scope of cross.
How's what's the presence of existing trees have to do with the direct testimony?
Well, this is, again, mitigation, and we're just showing that the evidence is that the trees there still meet the tree density of the city.
I still don't see it within.
It's contained in this report in the exhibit. I just didn't ask about it.
Well, that's the thing, is this is redirect from, from cross.
Call them back is another, I mean, wouldn't I be able to call them back on direct?
It's the second time? Well, all right, go
It's
ahead.
in the report.
Yeah, okay.
The tree density is not at issue right now.
Well, then tree density is not an issue.
Did you have any more questions?
Mitigation hearing,
Okay, all right, go ahead. Just finish it off.
do the existing trees meet the tree density for the city?
Yes,
And is that contained in your report?
it is. Yes.
Okay, well, I guess since there was something a little beyond direct, did you have any cross? Okay.
Right.
All right, is that your last witness, Mr. Pizer?
I believe so, unless need for rebuttal is
Okay, all right, sounds good. Then we'll move on then to the city presentation.
Your Honor, I'd like to call Samantha Loyak to the stand.
Okay. All right, Ms. Luck, raise your right hand. You swear affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Okay.
Can you please state what your position is with the city?
I'm an associate planner.
And what is an associate planner?
I review development review for permits that come in, and that includes individual tree removal.
Okay. And do you have familiarity with this particular case?
I do.
And do you regularly handle tree permits?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been with the city?
6.5 years.
And during that time, how much of that has been handling permitting?
Permits. The whole time I've been handling permits. The specific review of tree permits, probably 3 or 4 years.
If somebody wants to cut a tree, what do they need to do as far as the city is concerned?
So if someone is going to remove a tree in the city of Kenmore, we ask that they complete a tree removal application, and that application has information on it, like is it a significant tree, so it gives the definition for the size of a significant tree, and we ask for that application as well as a site plan, and then we will take it in and we'll do a review, and based upon our code, we'll determine if a permit's required or if it's not. If a permit is not required, then we will sign it off and give it back to them and say thanks for checking, and then we keep track of that because there is a limit. There's a yearly limit on how many you can remove. And then if a permit is required, then we proceed with the permit review and fees and everything else.
What's the importance of a site plan?
The site plan tells us where the trees are located on the site. So one of the first things I'll do with a tree removal permit is pull up GIS mapping information so I can see where the trees are located, what potentially critical areas are there, and learn more about the site.
Okay, there was a letter sent on January 29th, 2016 from City of Kenmore to Mr. Boots titled, I guess, Development Review Comments.
Correct.
Did you write that?
Yes.
So under
I have it here.
Okay, so number 3 on page 2, provide a tree management plan and tree survey. Can you explain why that was required?
So the tree management plan was required so we could see what trees were on site, and then a survey so that we could really see what was happening. By the time we received this permit application, the trees weren't there anymore, so they were retroactively going back. So to get a better idea of what trees they were removing, we required the tree management plan and survey.
Okay, on April 21, 2016, the city issued a correction notice to Mr. Boots. Are you familiar with that correction notice?
Yes. What exhibit is that?
That is C6.
Okay. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
An attachment to shows a record of survey. Is that sort of what you're talking about for
Yes.
the survey? If Mr. Boots had applied for a permit to cut the trees on the city's right-of-way, would the city have granted it?
Probably not. It's anytime someone wants to remove trees from a right-of-way, our Public Works Department would review it with us. And because this is a landslide hazard area, it's unlikely we would have allowed it without first having a tree risk assessment done for each of the trees to show that they were hazardous.
Do you know if a tree risk assessment was done prior to the trees being cut?
It was not that I'm aware of.
So is it true that a property owner has to certify that the trees are on his property in order to get a permit?
Yes.
Did Mr. Boots ever provide you with such a certification?
Right now, that is on our application. I don't know if it was on the application at the time, but he signed it with authorization from the owner, so that assumes that he is the owner of said trees.
From the city's perspective, why is this application process significant? Why can't anybody just cut down trees when they want?
Because trees are valuable to our community, to Kenmore, to its residents. Trees help prevent erosion. They provide habitat. They help clean water. This is close to Lake Washington, so they impact Lake Washington. They help improve air quality, reduce noise pollution. There are numerous benefits to trees that the city and its residents value.
Did you ever visit the site?
Yes.
And when did you visit the site?
I visited this site a couple times. I don't know exactly when it was, but it was with Brian Hampson, Development Services Director.
Could you give a month approximation?
I think we went out 2 or 3 times. So one was recent, within a month or so, that the trees were removed, and then once in the summer, or once in the summer, and then once probably a month or so ago.
On C1, the development review comments, there's pictures attached to it. Is that the condition that you saw?
Yes, these photos were taken by Code Compliance Officer Mike Thomas, but I was there around that time also and saw the same thing.
Okay. Have you had any issues with the trees that have been cut? Has all the debris been removed?
I don't know if the debris has been removed or not. It's overgrown now, so it doesn't look like these photos anymore.
Do you recall if the city recently sent correspondence to Mr. Boots asking him to remove tree rounds and logs that were still on the property?
I think that we did, but I wasn't part of that.
Okay. Have you received any other permits for tree cutting in the area?
Yes, recently neighbors to the south, just a few houses down, 2 of them recently applied for tree removal permits.
To the south, you said?
Yes.
So past the Catterhagens?
Yes, just on the other, I believe it's just on the other side of Catterhagens. There are 2 houses there. They each applied for a tree removal permit within the last month or 2.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pfizer?
What is the status of that?
To my knowledge, we requested corrections from them. We requested a tree risk assessment for each of the trees to show that they were hazardous, since they were also located in critical areas or buffers. And I don't believe that I've received it back, but it might be in my review queue right now.
You issued a permit retroactively for
For this tree removal? I don't think that we issued it. I think it was just ready to issue. We had it ready, and I don't think he picked it up.
So what's the difference between ready to issue and issue?
So ready to issue is that we've completed the review, potentially with conditions, and then they would come in and pay the fee, give us whatever, if there were additional documents or something that we needed. I think that there was a bond or something that was related to it that we needed before issuance. I thought that was insurance that was waived.
But by
with conditions to replant.
You received the Scott Harmon reports on April 11th, 2018.
I received the reports at probably that date. Correct? Sounds correct.
Did Mr. Harmon deliver it to you personally?
I think it may have been me at the counter. I know we spoke at the counter, so that was probably the day he dropped it off.
And are you aware that Mr. Harmon informed my clients that you told him that you wish the city had the funds because they did, the city would hire Scott Harmon as their
Your Honor,
No.
this line of questioning is outside of direct.
No, that I didn't say that. No.
Were you aware that that Harmon report had not been received by the person?
No, I thought that based on email correspondence from Mike Thomas, the owner was trying to get the report. It was one outstanding item, and we were waiting for it for some time, and there was a rush on it. And it was my understanding that to get it to us faster, that's why he was submitting it and that the homeowner was aware.
That's what you understand.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, it could have been based on information today.
Now, you mentioned the benefits of trees. What have been their many benefits? But there's some hazards to trees too, especially at severe angle. That's obviously.
Correct.
Can you tell us about that crosswalk?
I think that's the property line. Crosswalk, I mean, there's not a crosswalk how you and I would see a regular crosswalk.
It goes from 61st Street,
Right.
61st Lane up the hill.
Right. So what I think that probably originally was designed for is for when they developed some time ago, way beyond Kenmore and probably into King County, is for residents to have access to the shoreline. So when the lots were developed, that's where the property line was. And so I believe it goes beyond just this property. But yes, I think it's an actual property line, not an easement.
Correct.
Okay, right.
But it's apparently 10 feet wide. Not just
Okay.
line, but a 10-foot wide swatch.
Right.
Do you agree with that? According to
Yeah.
But it hasn't been maintained by the city.
Again, Your Honor, this line of questioning is just outside of the direct.
It's, well, yeah, okay, going to keep going.
Yeah. It didn't look maintained, but that's more of a public works function.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
recross, or redirect, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. The permit that is prepared to issue, what trees does that cover? You know?
I don't know the count offhand. I can't remember.
Does it cover the trees that are in the neighbor's property?
No, I think that it's just, well, I don't know if he applied for the ones, I think he applied for all of them, so it's whatever number, was it like 13 or something that he applied for? I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'd have to
So
see.
you'd have to look at the file.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the application.
Okay. So you can't say for sure whether or not it is for the trees only on his property, the neighbor's trees, the trees in the city's right away. You don't know.
Yeah, it's been some time since I reviewed it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
This time I'd like to call Scott Harmon.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Okay.
What is your current occupation, Mr. Harmon?
Well, I'm a certified arborist. I also have the tree risk management designation. I own and operate Eco Tree Service as a state licensed general contractor. I'm insured and I am bonded.
How long have you been in the tree business?
Well, that's a loaded question. My father was a chainsaw distributor when I was born and continued to sell chainsaws my entire life until he retired. But actually working as an arborist, I would say after I got my botany degree at the University of Illinois in 1976, I've applied trees to my entire professional life.
When did you become a certified arborist?
In the year 2010.
And do you have any other certifications?
The tree risk management certification, other than contractor's license, yeah, that would be it.
That's the same certification that Mr. Ring has, right?
The certified arborist? And the track, yeah, he has the same. I did talk to him briefly in an intermission there. He has a number that's associated with his, which we clarified. That was what I was wanting to find out, was what it used to be called Trace a few years back, and then recently it's been changed to TRAC, which is TRAQ. And when it was Trace, they were issuing numbers, which is what he's using. But then I called the ISA because I was concerned, why didn't I get a number? And they told me they don't recognize those numbers anymore. They just look for the TRAC certification. But the Trace, he passed the course when it was Trace before it was upgraded to what it is today. And so when they upgraded the course, they grandfathered in the Trace people.
Okay. So are you familiar with the property at 15707 61st Lane Northeast?
Yes, I am.
That's the property owned by Mr. Boots? What were you hired to do?
Well, I was contacted by the Boots, and they sent me a copy of their violation, and they, it was pretty clear that the city had asked them to retain a certified arborist to assess the trees that had been cut down and come up with a planting plan. They asked, the Boots told me that they also were interested, because the city was asking for a planting plan, how to restore what had been taken away.
Did you review any materials prior to visiting their property?
The violation from the city, and they had already gotten, I do a lot of development work with contractors and with city municipalities, so I know that you need to have, if there are any available surveys, and I usually try to go by parcel numbers anyway. So I asked them if they had a copy of a survey, and they said they did. And I asked, and then they told me they also had the geotech report that they wanted me to review. So they provided those to me through email.
And you reviewed those?
I did.
Okay. So when did you first visit the property?
I was contacted in my daily log. I have a note that on March 28th, I was to meet the Boots there, and my son and I drove down there. We went down on 61st, which is below the property, and viewed the clear cut from down there. And when I realized how steep the hillside was and everything, I was thinking to myself, this is a lot of work. And I don't know these people from anywhere. I generally work through referral only and with a set client base. I don't advertise for work. I was a little concerned about the approach, and then the fact that they weren't there that day was another concern. They weren't there to meet me. I guess later, after I left, Christy Boots said she was in the house, but Oliver hadn't gotten back from being out of town or something like that. I can't remember the exact reasoning for it. So anyway, we didn't contact with them at all. We just visited and left, and then they recontacted or emailed and wanted to get that going again to meet and all. And so I just know that the report was done on the 11th, the Monday that I handed it off to the city, and so between March 28th and the 11th, I made 2 more visits. One, I met with Christy Boots. We walked the property, and my son and I got the overall logistics of what was going on, what they wanted to accomplish. I didn't have enough time that day to do any measurements, and we had to kind of gear up to do that hillside anyway. The good thing about it when we were there was that it was completely bald. I mean, there was no vegetation, basically, from all of the tree work activity and the dragging of brush. It had been swept clean, pretty much, with the exception that there was a tremendous piles of bark chips, as mentioned before, on the flat area. It looked like somebody had kind of put a chipper in there and just chipped right into that area. And so there was, the tree stumps were very visible. You can tell fresh tree stumps by the fresh cut. They're very light in nature, almost white, light yellow, if you will. After a couple of months, maybe 2-3 months, those fresh cut stumps are going to turn black from oxidation. So it's really easy to tell what was cut prior to this work and what was freshly done. And one of the things in the back of my mind, maybe when Mr. Ring visited the site, would be that he would have had some difficulty with the oxidation of the stumps that had been cut almost 6 months before. So the third visit we went, we measured, we documented, we did the site plan, and then I returned a 4th time after I had developed a planting plan to flag the lot. So we took colored flagged stakes, identified by different varieties that I had thought would be the right way to restore that hillside, in the way of cutting down on soil erosion from rains, in the way of protecting the top-heavy trees that were left, the fir trees standing on the north border, and pine trees had been stripped. The skirts had been stripped up 2/3 of the tree, so you had a top-heavy 1/3 of growth in the crown, and that concerned me. The amount of moisture in the hillside concerned me. The neighbor below them, the first time we were there when the Boots were not even there, a neighbor noticed me looking at the property, and he asked me what I was doing, because I think he may be the guy that reported this, because he lived directly below it.
I'm going to object.
I'm not sure.
I'm going to object because I know Your Honor has allowed hearsay. But now we're talking about hearsay from someone who Mr. Harmon guesses might be the one who reported it. We're getting into such speculation here. It is really not.
Well, whether he
Well, you know,
reported...
like I said, the code specifically allow hearsay, but of course I can assign weight, and so duly noted, but overruled. Go ahead.
So basically, this gentleman told me that he wanted to buy Lot 22 and develop it, and that he had run into too many problems on his feasibility study, and he alluded to the amount of moisture in the hill there. So that was just something that, the only reason I'm saying this is because when I applied that to my tree planting plan with the 5 cedar trees that I recommended, they would be trees that would drink additional water in the soils that would also protect it from the OSO scenario, and also give some windbreak to those top-heavy trees. But anyway, I'm maybe getting a little sidetracked here as far as my investigation of the property, but that's what I do when I go to see what I'm going to do to try and restore an area. I want to know what are the caveats. What are we trying to deal with? Well, in my mind, we're trying to deal with a super sheer hillside that has unstable soils. I know the maps of Kenmore. I know the maps because I go and apply for permits on a regular basis, and I know where they have these sensitive areas. They have different colors and the topos and everything. They're very easy to read. And so just knowing those things, I'm thinking about soil retention, I'm thinking about erosion, and I'm thinking about too much water. So once you take down all these trees, you've opened yourself up to problems.
So what was your replanting suggestion?
Well, the replanting was all about, now that they'd removed those trees, get rid of those trees, because they're talking about the trees being too big and they might grow too big and compromise the hillside. Well, it's one thing to have a natural tree and grows there its entire life. It's going to be a soil retentive tree. When you cut it down to the ground, you're going to create water sprouts and suckers. Now you've got 12 trees growing where 1 tree was growing. And those 12 trees are all going to want to be 150 feet tall, like that original big leaf maple. So now you've got maintenance issues. Or you're going to have a dozen trees instead of 1 tree, and they will definitely fail without maintenance, which is something that Mr. Ring reported in his report was, if we just let grow what's there, it's going to require maintenance. So I just think the better approach is to, once the trees have been compromised, once they've been destroyed, in my mind, that they should be replaced. And then, he's right, there would be maintenance involved in continuing to get rid of those trees that are now water sprouts. If you had the right person that wanted to diligently, over time, develop those into 1 or 2 viable trees, that could be possible. But at the same time, it'd be a tricky deal. Every time you cut down those water sprouts, you're depleting the root systems. And the more you deplete the root systems, the less chance you're going to have a base that will support the weight of a 5 or 6 ton tree. So, that was kind of, I believed in the planting plan.
One of the things that you did was determine what trees were cut. Do you recall doing that?
Say that again?
No problem.
I'm sorry.
One of the things that you did was determine what trees were cut. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And let's see. I think you have the binder in front of you. If you could turn to I think your report's on C4.
Yes.
Okay. Page 3 appears to be the list of the trees that you determined were removed.
Yep.
And then page 6 is a diagram of the removed trees.
Yes.
Thinking what might be easiest if you could pull up page 3, and then turn to page 6 so we could reference them together.
Yeah, I've got them.
Okay, so walk me through the trees that were removed.
Okay. Oh, you want me to walk you through it?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, sure. All right, so as one of the things I noticed about the 3 trees that are in that corridor, number 1, 2, and 3, we all agree on the, Mr. Ring and I. Can I also talk about his, can I reference back to his at the same time, or do you want me to just talk about mine?
Sure. Yeah,
Go ahead and reference back to his.
that's fine. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
mean, 'cause
okay.
I can kind of cover it all at one time. Well, we both agree in the plum tree, as far as that goes. That was tree number 1. The one thing I think that's interesting to point out here is that the survey, we've got to pull the survey up now too, shows 2 trees. It doesn't show the plum tree. It shows the 2 maple trees on the survey. And so when we go to Mr. Ring's report and he says he couldn't find number 3, well, he did find number 3 because it was the smaller of the 2 maples. The one he didn't, or let me see, where is his report? If I got the numbers right. He says he didn't find number 3, but if you look at his measurements, they match my measurements. But he's calling it number 2. So his tree number 2 is my tree number 3. Does that make sense?
And then tree
And then
number 2,
and
you
then
think
he's
is-
not claiming to have found number 2 because that's the bigger tree that was a 30-inch in diameter base, and that's the one that's listed on the survey as 36. Because in my original approach to this whole thing, I was trying to help the Boots out. And by doing that, the best way that I can help them out is by being pretty aggressive on the DBH, which means I'm looking at, I basically used I used about 20% reduction.
Okay, so
or
to be clear,
taper.
what you did was you measured the base of the cut tree,
And if it,
and
right?
if it was, say, I don't know, 30 inches,
And if it's 30 inches,
reduced
I
it
was
by
taking
20%.
6 inches off to the taper and calling it a 24. I was using about 20%, which is way aggressive. Way higher percentage of taper than what Mr. Ring was using.
yeah, in fact, when I looked at his percentages, it looked like his taper was at the most 14% on maybe one of them.
Right. So I was, like I say, trying to be fair and fair to the folks that hired me. You know, that's in the back of my mind. But yet at the same time, I feel like I've got the city looking over my back because this is a violation with the city. And I've been double-checked by city arborists in the past and things like that. So anytime I'm involved in something which I'm going to call a legal matter is going to be, I'm going to be very careful to not overly, you know, I'm going to, you know, if I'm going to err on a side of the client, I'm not going to give up my reputation by doing that.
So you identified 3 trees on the city's property, that's 1 through 3, and then actually a 4th tree.
Well, and the one in that
Number
southwest
7,
corner,
right?
or northwest corner. You know, I was there today, by the way. I went by there, my son and I did, before we came to court today.
Okay.
And we identified all 3 of these trees again.
You did?
Yes, we did. They're all still there. The stumps are there. And the growth, like you know, the water spouts, they are growing. You can find them. They're 8 feet tall. And there are 2 maples that I'm talking about. And then the plum we all agree on is up there.
And that was today that you saw those?
Yes, sir, today.
Okay, and then you...
Now, whether he found it or not, this is a good question. That the one tree that I'm thinking of is kind of in a hole, and with the aggressive growth that's there now, with the blackberries and the water sprouts. You know, the difference in time between when I was there, when the hillside was bald, in late March and early April, there's a full 2 or 3 months of growing season before Mr. Ring was able to go there. And that would really make things difficult to, one, identify the freshly cut ones, and two, because also the older stumps that have been cut, they're growing suckers as well. You know, it's not like they're all dead. They were cut prior to this cutting of trees, but they're still growing. And so you've got kind of an out-of-control growth pattern working here.
C2 is the development review comments. You see that?
C2?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. Pages 4 and 5, there's a couple pictures. Is that closer to what it looked like when you were there?
Oh, wait a minute. C2. Yes. Yep.
Okay. And the pictures that are attached to the Ring report, it wasn't nearly as, I guess, overgrown as that.
Which one is he on?
That is A, or let's see, 2. Number 2 for, yeah. I'm sorry, it's their exhibit number 2. It's not in that binder, actually, so I'll show you that. Or that, what binder is here.
His report? This one?
That's it.
Okay. Which one did you want me to look at?
So the pictures that are attached to that,
Oh, right.
let me show you the colors.
Yeah, as I say, these are.
Page 10. Is it?
Well, yeah, that's more like what it's looking like today. Although it'd be even taller, I suppose, because these were taken in the 20th of June, was it? Something like June. So July, so things grow until, it's slowing down by then, but probably the maples are going to grow until.
Okay, there's another tree
3
that
weeks ago.
the Ring report takes issue with, which is tree number 6 on your report and their report. That's the cherry tree. 6A and 6B on the Ring report.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what I would suggest there is you look at my page 6 of my report where I have my site map, and you see how I wrote, or on tree 6 is one tree. I'm not calling it 2 trees, or I had to put 2 numbers. And when I put them, when I put the circles adjoined together like that, that means it's a twin. That means it splits, the base splits into 2 main trunks. And so what was there, the trees had been cut down. So what was there was the stump, which is probably 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet. But right next to the stump was the cherry tree laying there still. And so I could see the 4.5 foot DBH on that tree. It was laying right in front of me. It wasn't standing anymore, but it was laying right in front of me. So I measured that fallen tree at 18 inches. I did not measure the stump.
Did you notice any decay?
Oh, well, no, not in that tree. But to read what his report says, where he's got a dead stump next to a live tree, I would have never measured or even marked the dead rotted stump down, because that's not what I was there to do. That would have been an old rotten stump.
The number 7, I think, was a big leaf maple, but it was a clump of a couple trees. How did you measure that?
Right. Well, same way as he mentions, we take the sum of the square roots, the square root of the sum of the square roots of the stems. You can also see there that I wrote 5 stems down, not 4. I did notice on the survey there's 4 marked. I noticed on his site map there are 4 marked. Mm-hmm. Today, when we went back there, we identified 5. Jason identified the 5 stems that we originally identified when I'm doing it. I wouldn't expect a survey guy to have them all marked down right. He didn't even mark the plum tree that had been cut down, that we all agree was cut down in the city corridor. He marked down the 2 maples. The 2 maples were 30 and 24. He marked them down as 30 and 36. The plum was 20. So he was talking about, the surveyor was talking about the 2 maples I'm talking about. It's the same thing with tree number 7. There's 5 stems. It's a 36-inch in diameter tree when you do the sum, or the square root of the sums.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Pizer.
Yes.
That was to provide an inspection of the report to Mr. Woods for them to submit.
Correct. But I'll clarify something. Everything about me delivering this report to the city was what Boots wanted me to do. We had discussed it. My main problem with this whole process was getting paid. I wanted to be paid. I had no indication that they would pay me unless I took the report to them, produced the report, asked for my pay, and I told them, as soon as you pay me, I will be giving this report to the city, which is what they wanted me to do. I met with Christy Boots on Monday morning on the 11th, handed her the report. She handed me the check, and I took the report, just like I told her I would, straight to the city. That's how that happened. That's okay. I've been listening. Okay.
They paid you for that.
They did.
Over $1,400 or approximately $1,400.
Okay.
And you did inspect the property, and you wrote a report, and you submitted it to the city.
Yes.
And your contention is that you actually gave it to Christy Boots before you gave it to the city?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the only way I was going to get paid. Mm-hmm.
How do you know that was the community?
That's the way I felt. Okay.
You did provide that report the day of the report. April 11th is the date of the report. April 11th is the date it was received by the city, correct?
Yes.
It is true that Christy Boots expressed a desire to see the report before you submitted it.
She saw it before I submitted it. I don't remember that. I do not remember that part, but she got the report before it was submitted, yes.
How did you do that?
By hand.
And that report became the basis for the city's later correction notice of April 21st.
Okay.
Did you hand it to Samantha Lloyd?
You know, I don't remember completely if it was her at the counter or not. I know I showed up here at the city. It could have been her. I'm not sure anybody was at the desk or if I just handed it off at the desk, but I actually, to the best of my knowledge, I wanted to talk to Mike Thomas and never was able to, because he was the one that was my contact, if you will, with the city. He was the one telling me about how, see, the Boots, I asked the Boots for permission to talk to the city because my approach with city municipalities is you try to work with them and you show due diligence and you might get somewhere with them. Mike Thomas was telling me they're ignoring me. I've given them extension after extension, and this better get done like ASAP. I reported that back to the Boots. I said, these guys are not happy with the way this has gone. They want this done like now. And so that was my report. I was trying to act as a liaison to try and actually help make this a better deal.
You also referred to one of the witnesses that the city had told you that they wish they had the funds to hire you as Mr.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That if anything was ever said, to Samantha, at one point I asked her, do you have a city arborist? They said no. That's what I wanted to know because I am a certified arborist. The city, if they don't have a certified arborist on staff, that gives us some leverage.
Were you pitching for their business?
No, I've never pitched for their business.
Then
Why
why would you ask?
would I ask? Because I want to know if they have someone that is going to be on my level or if I have leverage because I am and they're not. I've had success with that in the past.
Now, moving over to your report. You found 13 trees cut down, 8 of which you believe were significant, but not all on this property.
Yeah, there were a whole lot more trees. What was the question? There were a whole lot more trees than.
On the Boots property was the question.
The majority of the significant trees were not on Boots property.
And how many trees were on Boots property?
How many were significant on their property? Well, according to, the way I was raised in the ISA world is that significant trees are 6 inches in diameter, okay? The city of Kenmore obviously has adapted a much more lenient rule. So I was thinking at the time, in my mind, I'm looking for 6-inch in diameter trees. So I listed more trees, I guess, than were in violation, as is shown on more clearly on Mr. Ring's report because they're under the city's designation or whatever. But as far as, let me look at my map, and I had listed 6 trees that were cut down on their property that seemed to be of significant nature, even though there were many more.
Well, your report only lists far fewer on Boots property.
I listed 6. Only one of them apparently was of the right size to be in violation.
So one of them was the violation.
Apparently, that's right. Yeah.
So you're not a geotech engineer expert, correct?
No,
You're an arborist,
correct.
and you did not perform a geotech evaluation.
No.
And you cannot provide opinions based on reasonable probability of a geotechnical engineer on the stability of a slope to any degree within terms of that reasonable probability.
Not as a geotech, but as a certified tree risk management we do study soil retention and hillside, sure.
And actually, on page 2 of your report, you state, quote, "At this time, the hillside appears relatively stable," end quote.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Well, it was brought up with regards,
Yeah, overruled, go ahead.
you do say that, quote, "At this time, the hillside appears relatively stable."
Yes, and that would be in conjunction with the trees had just been cut. There hasn't been enough weather to show any instability. There's been no growth pattern established. I'm looking at a clear cut.
Oh, wait a minute.
At that time,
And you're there in April. You're there 3 months later. The rainy season lasts through March.
look at the rainfall last year. We didn't have much at that time of the year. But what I'm saying again is, you haven't heard me out, was that when trees have grown, generally you leave habitat stumps in areas like that. A habitat stump is 10 to 15 feet tall. And the reason you leave habitat stump on a removal of sensitive slopes is so that the roots take longer to deteriorate. So when you cut them flat to the ground, you still have root systems in the ground. They're just going to deteriorate faster. So my statement was for that day and that day only. It appears to be relatively stable at that day.
And that report hasn't been updated, has it? It's the report that the city is relying upon here in their correction notice, dated 21st, 2016, and their violation notice of July. You haven't updated it. Okay.
Do you want me to give you a brief update of what I think about it now? I'd be happy to.
I'm just asking for your inspection at the time you wrote this report. That's what you wrote, right?
Yeah, but I'm not a geotech.
Now, with regards to your visit to the site today, Boots property today, and that crosswalk area today, you said you went back today and found tree number 3. Did it have suckers on it, the water sprouts?
Yes.
How tall was it?
Oh, I don't know, 8, 10 feet tall.
Where was it in relation to tree number 2?
Well, this is where it's a little ambiguous because he's calling tree number 2 my tree number 3. And so, where's my map? You know, I need their map. Okay, so tree number 3 is the one my tree number 3 is his tree number 2.
That's your.
Well, it is. No, that is what it is because he found the 24-inch. He didn't find the bigger one. He found the smaller of the 2 maples. There are 2 maples there still. So he found the smaller of the 2. There's a bigger one there that he didn't see. It's on the survey. It's a
And-
36-inch, but
and-
I called it a 30.
And you're saying he didn't see it even though you saw it with 10-foot water sprouts today?
He hasn't, yeah, right, I did.
And he couldn't
yeah,
have seen it
it's there.
even though he...
Well, he can go back and see it now.
Even though he was there 5.5 hours and looked and scoured the whole hillside.
I can't speak for him.
So was this tree covered with debris today?
The overgrowth is everywhere, but because I have a trained eye, I can tell what a big leaf maple is, what a water sprout of a big leaf maple looks like. I can tell what they are.
And that was in the crosswalk area?
Yes, sir. According to the survey, I'm not the survey guy. I found the trees that are on that survey, and according to that, they're in the crosswalk.
Now, did you see evidence of that crosswalk?
What evidence would I be looking for? I'm not sure.
Evidence that
I didn't
some-
see stairs or pavement or anything.
Okay. It's just hillside, brush, trees, vegetation, right? Going up a hillside, right? Okay. Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
as far as I could tell.
So, in terms of this DBH, I'm a little unclear. You measured the stumps and then reduced the stump measurements by 20%
For
to
the
arrive
most
at
part.
the DBH?
Yeah, for the most part.
Is
You
that
get
a
it.
recognized method for arriving at DBH measurements?
Through my experience, it's been very common.
Is it?
Like I say, well, let me explain. There are a lot of ways to look at trees. When you look at only a stump, you're limited. You don't know what that tree actually looked like standing. I can't say that you would. So sometimes you're going to be looking at a very round stump. Let's talk about the clump maple. Okay. A clump maple is going to have pole-like stems that really are going to be identical almost to what you see left as a cross-cut stump piece. So to take 20% off on those is really being lenient in my book, because my experience with clumps are they grow like poles. They don't taper much. You take a single stem tree and you're going to find more taper. A Doug fir is going to be an entirely different animal than a cherry tree. Cherry trees, I've got a course on cherry in my backyard that's probably 50 years old, and it's as round at the base where it enters the dirt as it is at the DBH. So there's no taper in that thing. But looking at native cherries, did I go measure 100 to figure out the taper in the area? No. But through experience, yeah, you could be lenient and say, well, let's just, for boot's sake, say that there's taper in every tree that they cut down. And I was aggressive with the 20%, not going to the 10th of the inch. I was actually didn't think that was necessary in this case. If I had been requested to do that, I could have. If I try to help who's paying me out a little bit, why wouldn't I err on the side of being a little more aggressive with the taper than not? I thought that was the right thing to do, to be fair. Because I can't see what's there. It's gone, with the exception of number 6 that's laying down there, and it's a twin, and it's got an 18-inch DBH. How do I know someone's not coming right behind me and remeasuring those trees?
So
I'm going to
how much
measure them
time
the
did
way
you
I see them.
How much time did you spend measuring those trees?
I had my son with me. I did not physically use the tape measure. My son did, because I'm not going up and down that steep of a hillside, and I'll tell you right now, the soils were slick. The sand, he fell down at least 3 or 4 times trying to navigate that hillside.
So these are not your measurements?
So I'm
but
saying
your
it's
son's?
relatively stable, but it's sure loose.
So these are not your measurements, but your son's that you then
We
incorporated
were
into your
in,
report?
he's measuring them and telling me what the measurements are. He's worked with me
Okay.
2 solid years. We do this. We do it together. I'm training him to be a certified arborist, and he's very good at it. He knows how to read a tape
So he
measure.
measures a stump, and then you do the DBH by reducing it by 20%.
Yeah, I just made notes of what the measurements were and the type of tree that they were.
have most recently, a year ago, been fined yourself.
Say that again?
Been fined yourself.
Yes,
for
I
your
have.
arborist
I
activities.
have, by the city of Kirkland.
Last year, April
Right.
2015.
For working on one of their trees.
That resulted in damage to their trees, and you had to pay a
No.
fine.
No. It amounted to, it was a boulevard tree, so it was in their right-of-way, and I subcontracted to a man named Salvador Melgoza, who spur climbed that tree and damaged the tree. The city held me responsible because I had the consultation with the customer prior to Salvador Melgoza climbing that tree. So basically, at first, the city of Kirkland fined all three of us, the homeowner, the tree cutter, and the arborist. All three of us. The tree cutter was Salvador Melgoza. Salvador Melgoza lied and said that I climbed the tree. Well, I didn't climb the tree. But anyway, he doesn't speak very good English. They let him go for maybe that reason. I'm not sure why, but they knew I had money, so they'd find me, I guess. And they let the homeowner go too. So, yeah, they actually fined me $1,500, but they listened to my story and agreed that they would lower that fine. But I paid the fine. Yeah.
And they concluded that you bore significant but not total responsibility for that work.
Say it again.
They concluded that you bore significant but not total responsibility for the work that resulted in damage to the trees.
Okay.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. Mr. Finkel, any redirect?
Tree number 2 on your report, the big leaf maple 30-inch DBH. Do you have an estimated age of that tree?
The best way for homes, developments, I usually go towards when was the home built? When was the neighborhood developed? Because back in the 50s, 60s, they just mowed everything down, started on fresh dirt, and pretty much that's pretty accurate. So my guess is, knowing my home was built in that, I live in that same neighborhood basically, and my home was built in '59. So I'm going to guess probably that house was built somewhere in the 50s. So I'm going to say, like 50 to 60-year-old trees probably in there, the big ones. Mm-hmm. That plum, a 20-inch plum, I don't know. It's rare to find a 20-inch DBH plum tree. They're not that easy.
Those trees that were cut in the city right away, how much do you think they're worth?
Well, according to the city of Kenmore,
Well, I'm
was
not. I'm going. Excuse me. I'm going to object. This is irrelevant. It's not been disclosed as to any values here. It's part of their separate lawsuit that they've got going, and it's not part of this mitigation hearing.
But what does the value have to do with this case, Mr. Pernke?
They're arguing mitigation, and they're arguing that the penalty should be reduced significantly. The value of the tree is pertinent for what a penalty should be. If it's a, for instance, $1 million tree, then maybe $324,000 fine isn't so out of the realm.
Well, again,
I think it's pretty marginal, so let's just get through it real quick, because
Sure.
I don't think that's going to make a big difference in this case.
Well, basically, the trees, to me, they're not replaceable, so I don't know how you put a real value on them. It takes 60 years to grow something. What's the value of that? I'm 62 years old. What's the value of me? Sometimes there's priceless involved. I think of myself as irreplaceable as well. So how do I put a value on that? I don't know.
One final question. Do you recall if Mr. Boots or his wife were CC'd on communication between you and the city?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you recall if Mr. Boots or his wife were CC'd on email communication with the city? Were they aware of your communication with the city?
Most definitely. I'm sure that I would carbon copy any emails that I had with them, with the city to report to them. When I'm working for somebody, I disclose everything. I don't hold back anything.
Did they ever tell you not to communicate with the city?
To the opposite, they actually were. I mentioned that I wanted to take that tack, and they thought that was a good idea.
All right. Nothing further.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Harmon. All right.
Okay.
Next witness.
One final witness, Your Honor, and it's Jason Harmon.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harmon, raise your hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Great. Okay.
Can you please state what your job is?
I am an owner of EcoTree Service with my dad and a training arborist.
How long have you been training?
About 2 years now, formally.
So you've read Scott Harmon's report in this matter.
Yep.
Were you there when the trees were measured? The
Yeah.
cut trees?
Yep. We worked on this report together pretty
Okay.
much the whole time
And how were the trees measured?
using a tape measure.
And was it what kind of a tape measure? I guess soft tape measure?
Standard, standard tape measure. I don't know.
And were you out there today?
Yep. We dropped by before we
Okay.
came here.
And did you see all the trees that were identified in his April report today?
All that I could see that wasn't covered in brush.
Okay. Well, did you look for tree number 3 of his report?
I did. Yep.
And you saw that one?
Did. Yep. The water sprouts. It's pretty visible from the street. So.
What about 1 and 2?
One, there wasn't that the plum that
Yes.
didn't have water. There were only 2 trees that had water sprouts, and that was 2 and 3.
Okay. Nothing
Plums
further.
Okay. Mr. Pizer, can you cross?
I'm sorry.
It's your turn.
It's your cross.
Okay, it's busy. Excuse me.
That was quick, yeah.
Yeah. Did you actually go onto the Boots property today?
No, didn't step on the property.
Did you go onto the Caterhagen property?
No.
Did you go onto the crosswalk? That 10-foot crosswalk area?
No, I was just on the street.
So you were on the street?
I got out of the car.
Yeah, but you were still on the street?
Sure.
Okay. And you were observing these trees from the street and these sprouts from the street?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So is it possible you could have been seeing sprouts from an old, previously cut stump?
Sure.
And you said you only saw 2 trees in that area today that had been cut?
Yeah, the two clear sprouts of water maple. Or
Okay.
water sprouts of
Yet,
maple.
yet Scott Harmon's report speaks about 3 trees in that area.
Okay.
Trees 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Was it number 1 a plum?
Yes.
Okay.
And then 2 maples.
Uh-huh. I mean,
Thank
I know what maple water sprouts look like, but they're pretty distinguishable from plum.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Harmon. So you said that was the city's final witness?
Sure.
Okay, rebuttal witnesses from Mr. Pizer.
Could we have a rebuttal witness?
Yeah, well, that's, I was
Okay.
asking if you had any.
He's got to leave in 2 minutes.
And you're still under oath, Mr. Ring?
Okay. Mr. Ring, you've heard this, the testimony of Scott Harmon.
Yes.
And Jason Harmon with regards to tree 2 and 3.
Yes.
You said you could not find any stump for tree 3. You've heard Mr. Harmon say, well, you're confusing it with tree 2. Can you please help us all out here today?
Yes.
Sure.
Hopefully a little bit. Scott said that there was multiple maple clumps, which there are. I noticed them. I distinguished because some of them were old stumps. I had to distinguish which ones were the ones that were cut. And I was able to do that because I found similar measurements and similar locations as the one that he had found. There was no, and of those maple clumps, most of them were small stumps, 6 or 8 inch stumps. There were no big stumps anywhere on the entire site. And then his son just said that there were 2 maple clumps and they were obviously big leaf maple clumps.
Sprouts,
Sprouts, yes. Well, when I was there, there were many, many sprouts in the area, but there were no big stumps. So I guess I would ask them, did they actually go on the property and see the 24-inch stump with their eyes and touch it today? Or were they looking from the street and just saw maple clumps?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's it.
And you heard Mr. Jason Harmon's testimony saying that he did not go into the property. He just stood there from the street and looked at it.
Yes, which means it would be impossible to know which stumps they were coming from because there's multiple clumps of maples there.
So, do you stand by your opinion, that there were only 2 trees in this crosswalk that were cut down and you could not find that alleged tree stump that Mr. Harmon was talking about?
Yes, I wish we could all transport there right now and look because we would not find a stump, but we can't do that. So, yes, there's no stump there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any cross? No? All right, okay. Any other rebuttal witnesses?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, we could do a site visit. I was thinking of that. I don't know if, is that something the parties might want to do? I mean, we could, can't do it today, but I could do it when I get back. I don't know if I would know what I was looking at if I went, though, especially if we can't walk up the
I think
hill.
it would require, it would require scheduling with Ryan Ring, who I would want to be there.
Well, no, I was thinking with the 2 arborists, so they could point out to us what they were looking at, and you know, I don't. It just seems like almost silly to be arguing about something that seems like if you just went there and looked at it, you might be able to readily see what it is. So, but I mean, I laid out the format at the beginning of the hearing. I didn't include a site visit, so you know, presumably you patterned your presentations on the format before you. But I you know, it seems appropriate to go out.
Well, I'm certainly not going to object. If you want to do that, if you think it is necessary, I'm fine with it.
Mr. Prickey, what do you think about that?
No objections either.
Okay. Yeah, I actually, yeah, when I started out as a prosecutor, I had a DUI case. It's the same thing. The city was claiming there was a white line that the drunk driver crossed, and the defendant said there's no white line there, so we all went out with the jury and looked, and there was no white line there. But
I know when I'm representing a client, the first thing I do is go to the property.
Yeah, okay. So, and you said you're out of town next week, and well, a couple things. I mean, because we were going to give you a week to respond, right? Do you still want that week to respond to the supplement? We'll call it the supplement to the Ring report.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So this isn't going to cause, the site visit isn't going to cause any delays even.
Well, you know what? Actually, I think that since we're doing a site visit, I don't think there's a reason to respond.
Oh, okay.
I think that would probably
Let me look at my
clear
schedule
up any
here.
issues as to the existence of the tree. So.
Yeah, let's
So
see.
your client's right in everything.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm just looking at my availability. So the 2 weeks from now, then you're around.
I'm here part of the week next week and then gone, and then I can tell you I'm out of the state Friday, November 3rd, is it? Or whatever that Friday is, and then November 7th.
Okay, so you're back November 8th? Let me check.
Back November 8th. I could, there are a couple days next week that I could meet you there, depending on Mr. Ring's availability.
Okay, let me check. I just got to check with my. One second here.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can do the afternoon, November 8th. I'm gone all next week out of state, so that's the first day I could do it when I get
Election
back.
day.
Election day, yeah.
I thought it was the 28th.
You and somebody else.
Yeah. So does that work for that's for the two arborists and the,
If it's sort of early-ish in the afternoon, or what time?
let's see, let me check, 'cause I have a hearing at noon in Renton, noise variance, so that's quick. Yeah, I can be up here by 2 at the latest.
Okay.
Okay, 2 o'clock, and so
I
we'll.
could do it next Wednesday. Before
I'm out of town.
Oh, you're out of town. Okay.
Now, we also need some, I guess, portable recording equipment. Does the city have to be safe? I certainly could bring a portable voice recorder, and that's probably good enough, but does the city have a video camera, or?
No.
Pardon?
No.
No, okay. Is everyone okay just recording it, then? We're just going to have a verbal recording? Okay, all right. And so what I do is anytime somebody talks, I shove the recorder in front of their face and make sure that's all part of the
November
record.
8th at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, yeah. So we'll all meet at the project site then.
Okay.
Excuse me, the violation site. All right. And one request for clarification here. In the note for mitigation here, number 4 says, in its response brief, the city is only seeking penalties for the trees that were removed. The city is not seeking any order directing restoration or remediation of the critical areas or its buffer. The city's briefing didn't have to address all the issues it wanted to pursue. And from what I did, has the city waived that or not?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not requesting restoration, okay, so that's not on the table then. I just asked because that was addressed in some of the expert reports that I saw. So, okay, very good then. So we'll meet then on November 8th, 2 o'clock at the violation site with the arborists. It'll be recorded, voice recorded only. And then after that, I'll have 10 business days to issue my decision. So, because this is consolidated mitigation and violation, so I take the fact I got to write up some findings and everything else. And I will be going back and listening to the entire hearing as I always do. And you may not like my final decision, but it's not going to be for lack of thoroughness and considering all the information that was presented today. So this is, I consider this to be a big case. The fines are very large. I know this has a huge impact on the Bootses. I also know that trees are very important. I work a lot with the city of Edmonds, and their city council is also very big on trees and keeping them in place and that kind of thing. So anyway, we'll see you on November 8th then. Sounds good. Thanks for today.
Yeah. At what point should we meet or provide a closing argument?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes we skip over that. Well, I can do closing today, or I can take written.
I'd be happy to do closing today.
City okay with that? Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Let's see. I guess that's the city goes first then, and Mr. Pizer, you get the final word.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Okay. I do have to get out here at 2:35 at the latest. So, yeah. Okay. Boots Notice of Violation Appeal, HEA 2016-03, October 27th, 2016. We are now at the closing argument phase. City to go first.
City of Kenmore enacted the Tree Management and Protection Plan to accomplish 5 goals, namely to reduce soil erosion, improve air quality, positively affect energy and water conservation, reduce noise pollution, and provide a wide variety of habitats and ecosystems for birds, mammals, and other wildlife. In order to accomplish those goals, the city created a process and standards to, among other things, increase the livability of an area by helping to screen people and buildings from wind and inclement weather, create a special sense of identity, a sense of community and civic pride, and a memorable place to live and work, and preserve and enhance the city's physical and aesthetic character by preventing untimely and indiscriminate removal or destruction of trees. Mr. Boots' actions fly in the face of those goals, all so that he can have a better view of Lake Washington. The evidence has shown that Mr. Boots arranged for the removal of 13 trees in and around his property. 8 of those trees are classified as significant trees, and only one of those significant trees was actually located on Mr. Boots' property. The other 7 were either on city property or his neighbors. All of this was done without contacting the city or applying for a permit, which is directly in violation of the city code. The city subsequently issued a notice of correction on January 29, 2016, which required Mr. Boots to immediately take the necessary steps to apply for a permit. Mr. Boots has never picked up that permit. The notice of correction also notified Mr. Boots that penalties and fees would apply and would be calculated upon review of additional materials. After receiving the Harmon report, the city again issued a notice of correction and then a notice of violation assessing Mr. Boots a penalty of $324,000 based on the size of the trees that were removed, plus a per diem penalty of $500 for each day he failed to pay the penalty and finish the permit process. The city also cited Mr. Boots for 2 additional violations which were not pursued today. It wasn't until this past Tuesday that Mr. Boots admitted that he committed the violation. Instead, he pointed the finger at others, including his neighbor who had no involvement with the cutting of the trees at issue. The city respectfully requests that you confirm the penalties that were issued in the notice of violation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Pizer?
Your Honor, on behalf of Oliver and Mr. Boots, I want to thank you for spending the time here. It's been virtually all day. And hearing the testimony and planning to review the testimony before you make your final hearing and coming to the site. This is a mitigation hearing. The city did not oppose it, did not object to it. Mr. Boots has admitted that he committed violation number 1, but there are mitigating circumstances. There are many mitigating circumstances. He came from Virginia, a semi-rural area where he had no knowledge that permits were necessary to cut down trees. He hired a tree professional to cut certain trees down, some of which were diseased, others of which were causing rot on the roof, causing roof problems. He relied on that tree professional, and he reasonably relied on that tree professional to let him know whether or not he needed a permit. He researched that tree professional, and he reasonably relied upon him. That tree professional failed him. The trees were cut by a crew. This was not some hillbilly out there with a chainsaw. This was a professional crew that was hired and was paid over $3,000 for the work that was done. When the city found out about it, they issued a correction notice. Mr. Boots immediately hired a geotech engineer who concluded that one of the largest concerns of the city, the stability of the hillside, was in fact not a worry at all. The hillside was stable. No concern of soil erosion, no concern of drainage, no concern of stability whatsoever. In fact, Mr. Harmon, their adopted arborist, concluded that the hillside was stable at the time he inspected it in April. There is also a mitigating circumstance with regards to the Caterhagens. There was an agreement with the neighbors on that side to split the cost of removing whatever 2 trees or 3 trees, whatever trees that were on their boundary. That agreement was fulfilled. Mr. Nye cut those trees. The Caterhagens paid for half of it. And the Bootses paid for the other half. Another mitigating circumstance involves the crosswalk area. Who knew that there was a crosswalk area there, owned by the city? When you go to the scene on November 8th at 2 o'clock, you'll see what we're talking about. It's designated on the survey as a crosswalk owned by the city. No one in their right mind would consider that to be a crosswalk not owned by each of the two adjoining neighbors. Other mitigating circumstances include a lawsuit that was filed in May of this year for the same violations, the same penalties that we're presently defending at this same time, heading off for trial next year. So their claim that the Bootses didn't go through all the requirements that the city imposed upon them in the January 2016 correction notice and then the April 21st, 2016 correction notice. By May 6th, they're already filing a lawsuit against him. Then in July, the violation notice. The point is that at some point he retained counsel, and that's why things came to a stop. Yet he had applied for the permit. He had obtained the geotech evaluation. He had obtained the arborist report from Scott Harmon. And a permit, apparently, according to Samantha Loic, was ready to be issued. All he had to do was pick it up. But by then, he was being sued from all angles, and he had counsel to say, well, wait a minute. we need to stop and, figure this all out. There's the question of one missing tree stump. That's a mitigating circumstance, which is why we're contesting that. And then there are the DBHs in terms of measurements, lesser contest. But this is a mitigation hearing, and Mr. Boots has shown remorse. He has said, boy, if I had to do it again, I would not. He applies for permits when he knows that he needs to for a gas renovation. When he was told to apply for a permit in this context, he did, and it's been ready to be issued. Interestingly, ironically, they would have issued it retroactively. So an assessment and a penalty that they're talking about is going to bankrupt him. It's just going to bankrupt him. No one in the world could pay that. So are they interested in flesh? Getting a pound of flesh? Are they interested in getting paid? What is it? He's remorseful. He is sorry, and he would be able to afford a reduced penalty of $1,000 per significant tree, depending on whether you find the 8th tree or whether it's just $7,000 or $8,000 would be something fair and appropriate in this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, then. The hearing is continued then until November 8th at the violation site, 2 o'clock p.m. Do you know, Mr. Pirro, was this advertised as a public hearing, or, do we need to put a notice on the door saying this is continued, or I don't recall if it was or not?
I don't believe it was advertised.
Okay, yeah, so I think this is sufficient notice just to let all persons here know that it'll be continued to that date, and then, as I said, the hearing should be closed that date, and I'll get that decision out 10 business days. So thanks for all coming out today, and we'll see you in a week or so.